it done.
Welcome to Now and Then.
Olá. Peço-me ver coisas. Peço-me ver o Pro Gerardo. Os últimos vídeos dele são engraçados. Esta noite Esta noite, esta música deste jogo não. Esta noite devia pegar na 3D. Antes de ir para aqui. Era cool. Vou ver isto então. This guy is cool. Even though he's does stuff with kids or whatever.
The 90s.
I don't
We
care.
look at the game releases of 30 years ago today.
Don't
This
clip.
week, the Blue Bomber
Don't clip it.
returns on the Game Boy, an obscure RPG in your palms, and another of the many SNK fighting games. I am your host, Jared, and today is December 16th, 1992. In case you haven't heard, Now in the 90s is getting its own YouTube channel. Thanks to all the
Yay.
love and support it's gotten this year, it'll be able to stand
I wanna follow
on
it.
its own. We're working on getting the channel monetized.
I want to follow
and
this
to do
because
so,
the series are really nice. 11k views? Wait, é o mesmo. 22k views? Ele tem muito pouquinhos. Mas eu gosto mesmo deste content. I don't know. A única pessoa que eu conheço que iria gostar de content deste género, também como eu. E talvez o Watson, mas ele. Não é isso. Tururu. Talvez, até nem gosto. Bidi-bidi-bidi. 1K views. What does that mean? 1,000 views? Estes são os mega true fans. São tipo 500 pessoas. Eu não sou um mega true fan. Honestamente, só vejo se for. Por esta altura, já só vejo se for esta cena. Mas.
We need your help.
We
Simply
need your
subscribing
help.
to the new channel and rewatching old episodes goes a long way. Otherwise, the only thing editor Dylan will have to eat is all the sports games I make him cover every week. I'll put a link in the description, and again,
Sports
it
game.
would mean so much if you subscribed to the new channel. And a huge thank you from all of us to all of you for all the support you've shown us. Leave it to Capcom to milking their franchises as fast
stick
as
palitos,
possible.
no.
Released this week in December of 1992 was the Game Boy version of Mega Man 3.
Mega Man.
has
Mega
you-
Man. Mega Man. Mega Man. Mega Man.
playing as Mega Man, jumping and shooting through a series of stages filled with dastardly robots. The plot this time around is Dr. Wily did something evil, blah blah blah, who cares? Summon your Jet Dog Rush, defeat all 8 robot masters, gain their powers, and then take down Dr. Wily's castle for the umpteenth time, but handheld. Mega Man 3 for the Game Boy is not a direct port
Not.
of the NES Mega Man game, rather an amalgamation. Mega Man now has the ability to slide from Mega Man 3, but can also charge up his Mega Buster like from the NES Mega Man 4. The stages also reflect this, as the first 4 robot masters are from Mega Man 3: Snake Man, Gemini Man, Shadow Man, and Spark Man. Then you do one Dr. Wily stage and then face 4 more robot masters, all from Mega Man 4: Dust Man, Skull Man, Dive Man, and Drill Man. Then it's off to
That's
Dr.
interesting.
Wily for real. The gameplay is exactly what you would expect from a Mega Man game. No more, nor less. And this can be seen as either a good thing or a bad thing, depending on who you ask. If you ask me, it's a great handheld Mega Man game that both looks and sounds as good as its NES counterparts. If you ask the reviewers of the time, same situation. Some places like Electronic Gaming Monthly reviewed it positively, scoring high remarks all around, and even receiving the Editor's Choice Gold Award, with the only real complaint wishing that the Game Boy could be in color. Other places said,
Well-
it sure is Mega Man, and at this point, Capcom is beating a dead horse. Oh boy, are they in a surprise for the Mega Man series. Also notable for the Game Boy version of Mega Man 3 was the new Wily stage boss, Punk. Similar to the Game Boy version of Mega Man 2, which had the boss Enker, Punk was a specific Mega
there's a Mega Man
killer
2?
bot. Punk would be the only Game Boy original character to also show up in the Mega Man Battle Network series. Punk would also show up later as a DLC boss fight in Mega Man 10. The Game Boy and Mega Man games
Mega 10.
were to get an enhanced collection for the
It
Game
should
Boy
be called
Advance in
Mega 10.
2004, but that ultimately never finished. Mega Man 3 was then made available for the Nintendo 3DS eShop in 2014, which is set to close down in March of 2023. Speaking of stuff on portable consoles, this week in 1992 gave us Defenders of Oasis on the Sega
Tinha que
Game
dar
Gear.
uma obrigada a
Defenders of
dar-lhe
Oasis is a
pastinhas.
traditional turn-based RPG for the handheld. The story is based on the classic tale 1001 Nights, or Arabian Nights if you prefer. You play as a prince working to prevent the return of the dark god Ahriman. You can walk around town, talk to NPCs and purchase equipment. Battles take place in a simplistic first-person view, a la Dragon Quest. You get experience points and level up, with up to 3 additional party members joining you on the adventure. Unlike having a typical overworld map, there are areas in between important locations. Think something similar to Secret of Mana. Perhaps the most impressive thing about Defenders of Oasis is that it's a 1992 handheld RPG with an autosave feature. Defenders of Oasis is another one of those games that has wildly different box art from the Japanese version, in that they're all in anime style, sure, but it does evoke their Arabian Nights theme that it was
Wait,
based on.
autosave?
The American box art, however, is not that, but it's still fantastic. If that kind of Chad-like beefcake muscle man
Game
seems
Gear.
familiar to you, that's because this is another box art done by famed artist Julie Bell. She did other box art covers like Golden Axe. It got
shit.
positive reviews when it released. GamePro magazine gave it high scores, as did European magazine Sega Force. They both liked its honestly impressive graphics and sound. Video game retail store Babbage's reported that it was the 7th best-selling Game Gear game. Completely coincidental, Defenders of Oasis, based on Arabian Nights, came out only 2 weeks after Disney's Aladdin. Despite the popularity of both, the game never got a sequel of any kind. However, it was not forgotten. Defenders of Oasis was made available on the Nintendo 3DS in 2012. Not to be left out, the Neo Geo Arcade and Home AES also got a release this week in 1992 with Art of Fighting. Art of Fighting is a one-on-one fighting game. Select
Wait.
the character, all with
What is
different moves and fighting style, then beat the crap out of
This
each
is just
other
Street
until
Fighter.
you win the best of 3 rounds.
How does
Each
he
character
define-
also has a variety of special moves that can be executed using secret button commands, as was the style at the time. However,
Oh,
a
shit.
spirit gauge drains with every special move used to help prevent spamming. You can recharge this by using a special taunt button against your opponent. There's even some special
Come on.
stages to boot, which can increase your maximum health and
Hadouken.
teach new special moves. SNK is
Ryo
known
Ka-
to have
Ryo
numerous
Sakazaki.
fighting game franchises, but Art of Fighting is only its second one. At the time, it was sort of a prequel to its first fighting game, Fatal Fury, and
Fatal.
characters in other SNK games have connections to characters in Art of Fighting. It's like a weird SNK extended universe that's really hard to follow and isn't worth the effort. Art of Fighting also has some notable features, such as dynamic camera movement and characters getting bruised and having damaged clothes throughout the match.
Hey, that's
This
pretty good.
Kind of had plot relevance, as the final boss, King, would get damaged and reveal that she's actually a woman. Now, in the 90s, this was a crazy plot twist. When it came out, Art of Fighting was highly reviewed and popular. In arcades for December of 1992, it was the most requested conversion kit
Again, SNK.
and the most profitable arcade game for the month. More notoriously, the main characters of Art
Robert
of Fighting
Garcia.
is a guy named Robert Garcia, who has slicked back hair and a very long ponytail. It also has a secondary protagonist with a character named Ryo, who wears a karate gi, a headband, and throws energy fireballs out of his hands. Some people have pointed out that this bears an overwhelming resemblance to Ryu of Street Fighter. Capcom noticed this too, but they didn't sue SNK or anything. No, instead, in the game Street Fighter Alpha, they suspiciously introduced a character with slicked back hair with a very long ponytail, throws pitiful energy fireballs, wears a bright pink karate gi, and is the absolute weakest
Dan?
character in the game, named Dan Hibiki. And as for everything else released this week, here's Editor Dylan.
Caesar's Palace came out for the NES this week with a handful of casino games to offer. Nothing fancy, but it's enough to scratch that gambling itch without the crippling debt. Speaking of crippling debt, hold on to your wallets because Taito released another NES platformer this week in the form of the Jetsons Cogswell's Caper. Unsurprisingly, it's a very competent and fun side-scroller, but guess how much it is? Go ahead, I'll wait. If you said over $2,000, well, you'd be wrong, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. It actually goes between $250 to $600, which is far more believable, but admittedly still pretty dumb. Speaking of dumb, yet another Simpsons game graces the NES this week with Bartman Meets Radioactive Man. Out of the 3 NES Simpsons games starring Bart, I think this one might be the best. It's still bad, but it's a lot more imaginative. And it's got Fallout Boy! The Game Boy had Battleship. No offense to this game, but I don't play any form of Battleship unless there's a kaboom if I hit a target and a splish if I miss. The Game Gear version of Home Alone released. It's essentially the same experience as the Genesis version,
but
only
it sucks.
The last game released this week was the GG Shinobi Part 2, The Silent Fury. I assume the GG stands for Game Gear, which I didn't have as a kid, but I wish I did because this game kicks all the ass. You're a ninja trying to save the other distinctly colored ninjas to conduct their ninja business. You can switch ninjas at any time for their special abilities and attacks. Yellow has the power of Zeus and Jesus. Blue is Rad Spencer from Bionic Commando. Red is cool but rude. Pink is a bomber dude. And green has this flute dagger thing that summons Mecha Godzilla. Wait, 9 games released on these 4 consoles this week in 1992. It's amazing how impressive portable gaming was in the early 90s. Despite many games with superior visuals, sound, and even gameplay, nobody could really match the success of the Game Boy. I'll try to give the Game Gear another shot. So I'm off to get a mountain of batteries. All yours, Jared.
Thanks, Dylan. In the collector's corner, Mega Man 3 released with a suggested retail price of $39.99. Now the game alone is $50. If you have the rare Game Boy box and manual, it skyrockets to $400.
Jesus.
Defenders of Oasis is also respectable for a Game Gear game. It launched with an
Game
MSRP
Gear.
of $39.99 and is less than $40 at loose.
Eu acho que se tivesse tido a Game Gear, teria sido a minha consola preferida.
A complete copy is right at
Apesar de,
$90.
tinha de ser podre rico.
Being a Neo Geo game, Art of Fighting came out with a price tag of $199.99. Surprisingly, the card is still right at $200, and a complete version is only $40 more. And that's it for today. Next week, a classic cowboy arcade game, motorcycle combat, and a good Mickey Mouse game.
Mickey Mouse.
I'm your host, Jared, and this was Now in the 90s. Thank you so much for watching Now in the 90s. Please like the video and leave a comment down below and subscribe if you haven't already. And if you already are a subscriber, thank you so much. Not really Mega Man 3 related, but I was always confused by the boss of Enker from the Game Boy version of Mega Man 2 because I had no idea where he came from. Because at the time, I was playing a whole lot of Mega Man Soccer.
Oh, this is what I want. Wait, I don't think these stats are the thing that Oh, don't you? Ah, eu queria que estivesse. API. Era isto que eu estava a ver. Não era.
The first, that his ever-loyal assistant,
Isto me deu vontade de jogar o Portal.
as his successor and become CEO
É, como é que se chamava? Caroline?
of Aperture
A GLaDOS.
And secondly, that when the AI system was finally complete, that Carolyn was to be uploaded to the system, regardless of any protests that she had.
Eu não tenho Portal 1, só tenho 2.
Cave succumbed to his illness and passed away. Carolyn became CEO of Aperture Science.
Pois, só tenho 2.
Ahead to 1986.
Isto às vezes está a 50 cêntimos, não é? Por que é que eu nunca aproveito quando está a 50 cêntimos? É possível fazer bolas tão baixos, cartões com bolas tão baixos?
Of a disk operating system based on the genetic lifeform artificial intelligence research that had begun back in 1982.
Jesus Christ.
If this project were to be completed, it would allow Aperture to accelerate their Portal project and hopefully beat Black Mesa in this race. As the Black Mesa survey team explored more of these floating islands in a void of space, they managed to bring back specimens of the flora and fauna they came across. Although dozens of this survey team fell victim to the dangers of Zen,
Eu não sei como é que este vídeo me apareceu na altura.
was invaluable and increased their understanding of
90s,
not only Zen,
2000s.
but also gave them a greater insight into how the universe functioned. On one of their expeditions, the survey team took note of crystals scattered across Zen's
Portal há de ser muito mais tarde.
and after they brought some of these crystals back to Black Mesa, they discovered that these crystals had interesting properties. So, Black Mesa formed the Anomalous Materials team to analyze them in the Sector C test labs. But to do this, they needed a machine that was capable of the level of analysis they needed. As one of the scientists that had originally worked in Sector F, Dr. Rosenberg took it upon himself to design this device. And here, he came up with the anti-mass spectrometer, where it was constructed in Test Lab C-33A in Sector C. This machine scanned a chosen crystal sample with oscillating electromagnetic fields and beams of high-energy plasma, where it agitated the exotic matter in the crystals to form displacement fields, which were then analyzed with advanced sensors. The scientists theorized that if they were able to harness the negative mass or exotic energy in these crystals, then they could essentially create wormholes to discover new universes and dimensions for exploration. This was the portal technology Aperture had heard rumors about, but it was a completely different method of forming a portal, as Aperture's method relied on the ability to harness the power of a black hole inside of a handheld device to form theirs. While this was one of the main focuses of the Xenian crystals, Black Mesa also had other ideas for technology they could develop with them. Over the next few years, one of Aperture's most ambitious projects, the Borealis and its crew of scientists, disappeared without a trace, and a part of the dry dock with it. With this experiment held in high secrecy, it was never reported what had actually happened to the research vessel. Many believed that this project was in some way linked to teleportation technology, so they speculated that something had gone wrong and it had teleported out of the facility. As Black Mesa and Aperture Science competed against each other out there in the world, a new generation of scientists worked hard to gain an education and join this race for scientific advancement. One of these was Gordon Freeman. With a thirst to explore and understand theoretical physics, Gordon managed to get into the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and over his years there, he made a strong impression on his peers and professors. One of his professors was Dr. Isaac Kleiner. This man was a well-known name in the scientific community due to his research and documentation on teleportation, something Gordon was also highly interested in, where he wrote his thesis on the topic. Eventually, Gordon graduated and moved to Innsbruck, Austria, where he joined the team at the Institute for Experimental Physics. During his time there, Gordon was able to gain a better insight into teleportation and even managed to observe a series of teleportation experiments. Over in Black Mesa, Gordon's old mentor, Dr. Kleiner, was offered a position with the Anomalous Materials team, where he could put his knowledge on teleportation to use. Here, Isaac worked with the other great minds on this team, most notably Dr. Eli Vance, Dr. Richard Keller, and Dr. Arne Magnusson. Moving into 1996, Aperture's work on the genetic lifeform and disk operating system neared completion, and aware that when activated for the first time, there was a chance that its sentience would come with a godlike complex. With this risk, the technicians on this project put in place a safeguard, the Red Phone Plan. This plan was fairly simple. It required an Aperture employee to sit next to a red phone placed in GLaDOS's AI chamber, and if she appeared to be hostile upon activation, then the employee was to use it where GLaDOS would quickly be shut down. GLaDOS essentially was rooted into the whole facility and had full control of it, so it was important that the technicians made sure they had the right intentions. After many years of hard work and research on the GLaDOS project, it was almost complete. The technicians just needed to do one thing: upload Carolyn's consciousness. So they followed Cave Johnson's final order and uploaded her. It is unknown if she went willingly or put up a fight, but after this, any record of Carolyn is gone. Therefore, it is believed that her physical form passed away as her mind was uploaded. The ultimate aim for this project had been to see if Aperture could upload a human mind to a system that, when active, would control every aspect of the facility, help it run efficiently, and, most importantly, accelerate projects in progress. Although Carolyn had been uploaded to GLaDOS, something appeared to have gone wrong during this process, where Carolyn's personality was hidden away in the system and suppressed. Shortly after,
Can I play the game?
GLaDOS was activated for the first time. Here, she instantly attempted to lock down the facility within 1/16 of a picosecond, with the intention to murder all personnel. To Aperture's luck, their preparation with the red foam plan allowed them to shut her down before she could do any damage. Initially, this appeared
Why
to
do I
be a
have
total
solid biofuel
failure,
here?
but the fact that a human consciousness had been uploaded to a machine and it interacted with the facility was an accomplishment on its own. So, the Aperture technicians persevered over time, where they activated GLaDOS from time to time in an attempt to discover ways to adapt her personality. With a whole team dedicated to the GLaDOS project, the scientists developed personality cores that they believed, when attached to GLaDOS, would positively adjust her personality and curb her murderous tendencies. As a technician worked on one of these cores, Henry, he explained to his friend, Doug, just how useful these cores were. The core Henry was working on was called the Morality Core, which he and the other technicians believed would stop GLaDOS's attempts to murder the facility, where it would push her to
Damn, this looks
think
deliberate.
about her actions and essentially act as a sort of conscience. This sounded like
looks
a great
deliberate.
idea in theory, but as the more pessimistic of the two, Doug replied with, "You can always ignore your conscience." As the development of these personality cores were completed, they were attached to see what kind of difference they made, and GLaDOS went through various cores. One of note would later become known as Wheatley. Wheatley was designed to form a constant stream of stupid thoughts, where the technicians hoped would limit GLaDOS's ability to think about her need to murder the personnel. Eventually, the technicians settled on the perfect combination of cores.
Wait, I need this.
The Curiosity Core, the Knowledge Core, and the Emotion Core, which seem to only display anger. With these connected, Aperture planned to show GLaDOS off as a scheduled event on the company's annual Bring Your Daughter to Work Day. But in Aperture fashion, this day ended with an unspecified disaster. With GLaDOS's track record, it was likely due to another attempt to murder the facility. Following this, the technicians attached the core that Henry had
Is this like
worked on
loading the
to
the world?
Morality Core. Over in Austria, Gordon grew disappointed with the slow pace and poor funding of academic research, and decided to look for somewhere new that he could work and increase his understanding of theoretical physics, where he discovered a job opening at the Black Mesa Research Facility. Upon his application, he discovered that Dr. Kleiner was actually the lead of the project he had applied for, the Anomalous Materials team. With Isaac's great relationship with Gordon, MIT education, and time at the Institute for Experimental Physics, Gordon was offered the position. There was another candidate Black Mesa were close to hiring, Dr. Judith Mossman, but she just missed out to Gordon. With this offer, Gordon accepted and moved to the Black Mesa complex in the New Mexico desert. Entering the 2000s, Aperture still worked hard to get their promising projects up and running.
No way I'm gonna
The main
go
one
back.
was the Aperture Science handheld portal device, where they once again used test subjects to solve the test chambers with the device. At one point during this period of time, a young woman called Chell attempted to apply to be a test subject, but Aperture had seemingly become stricter in the characteristics and traits that they looked for in test subjects and rejected her. There are also rumors that Chell was the daughter of an employee of Aperture, but due to the events to come, this cannot be confirmed. With the facility bustling, GLaDOS was activated once again, but this time, it appeared the Morality Core had in fact adjusted her murderous traits, where she spoke to the scientists and helped them in their advancements and projects. Although Carolyn still
Caralho, foram este filho da puta.
the personality
Não.
of GLaDOS, the technicians were just happy to have her cooperate. But from a distance, Doug Ratman was still skeptical of GLaDOS, and this instant fix had been given to her. On May 3rd of an unspecified year in the early 2000s, way out in the Santiago military base, a young 22-year-old Marine, Corporal Adrian Shepard, waited to be assigned a mission. As he wandered
So,
the
I need
base,
coal.
his unit spoke
And what?
of a weird, government-looking man that had visited. Some speculated that he was from the government and looking to recruit, while others claimed he was with a secret research group. Regardless, Adrian wanted a spot in whatever this
Eu deveria
man
ter copper
offered.
art comigo.
So, he continued to train
Eu deveria ter
and
copper
was then
ingot comigo.
mysteriously bumped up the advanced training list. It appeared someone had a plan for him.
So
Over
many-
in Upper Michigan,
so many
Aperture
fucking
prepared for
questions.
their annual Bring
Question.
Your Cat to Work Day, and
Question.
over the past few weeks, GLaDOS had remained active and cooperative with the scientists. She had stated that she had lost all interest in killing and only craved science, where, over this time, trust was built between the technicians and the machine. For Bring Your Cat to Work Day, GLaDOS asked if she could perform an experiment as a planned activity. This experiment involved cats and boxes, and she even had most of the necessary materials for it. She just needed one more, a little neurotoxin. To this, the scientists agreed reluctantly, as it was for science, and GLaDOS had shown great improvement since the attachment of her Morality Core. As the day progressed, the scheduled activities took place, and then it was GLaDOS's turn to begin her experiment. With full control of the facility, the trust of the Aperture personnel, and neurotoxin, GLaDOS locked down the facility within 2 picoseconds and deployed the neurotoxin she had been given. She technically had not lied about craving science or her desire to perform this experiment. It just so happened that Aperture was the box and the personnel were her cats. A homage to Schrodinger's cat, where, from the outside world, the personnel within were both alive and dead, as there was no way to know for sure without going inside, which was impossible as GLaDOS had locked down the Aperture Science Facility. As the facility fell into chaos, the neurotoxin took out the personnel one by one, but a group of scientists managed to avoid this and traveled to a secret vault full of human test subjects deep in the Aperture complex.
I need to make some
Here,
reinforced.
they locked themselves inside with a system that only something capable of performing
play.
human gestures could unlock. GLaDOS was unaware of this region of Aperture, but if she was somehow able to learn of its existence, the human gesture system would keep her out. Inside, these survivors simply waited to be rescued. With full control of Aperture, GLaDOS began her new testing initiative and a permanent testing cycle began. Firstly, with the surviving employees as her test subjects, but one man managed to escape this disaster. Doug Ratman. He had already been cautious about GLaDOS's motives, and upon discovering the body of his friend, Henry, he went into hiding in the regions of Aperture that did not
I got no
have
screw.
cameras. Of course, GLaDOS knew he had escaped, and a game of cat and mouse began. Although GLaDOS had killed most of the Aperture employees with neurotoxin, and more died during testing, she still had a purpose. She wanted to beat Black Mesa in the race for portal technology. On the outside world, the people were unaware that Aperture had completely locked down, sealed from within, and life continued to go on. On May 7th, at the Santiago military base, Corporal Adrian Shepard actually saw the government man that his peers had mentioned, and strangely enough, he noticed this man watching him from afar on multiple occasions throughout the day, and as the days went on, he and his unit were told that they had been selected for a mission. This mission would require them to become experts in indoor strategic combat. On May 11th, a research associate at Black Mesa, Colette Green, was sent a memo which informed her that a new sample had been brought back for analysis, GG-3883. And after her own analysis of this sample, she determined that this was the largest and purest sample Black Mesa had received so far. So, this sample was set to release another sample that the Anomalous Materials team was scheduled to analyze in the following days.
Olá, Eres, boa noite. Eu estou a fazer isto à mão, desculpa. Devia estar automatizado, não é? Mas é só porque eu quero mesmo começar a fazer uma nova... utilizar uma nova forma de energia.
Those on the outside were unaware of what actually happened there. Now weeks after GLaDOS' takeover of the facility, Doug continued to hide from the murderous robot as he watched his co-workers die during testing. Even if the scientists followed her orders and successfully made it to the testing track, it always ended the same way. They were tricked into entering an incinerator with the promise of cake.
O que é que se passa aqui? Estou a jogar Satisfactory enquanto ouço um vídeo de 2 horas sobre o lore de Half-Life, etc.
The cake had a darker meaning. Doug was naturally paranoid as a result of a condition he had, schizophrenia, and without access to top-ups for his medication over this period, GLaDOS attempted to lure him out of the maintenance areas by playing
logistics, conveyor belt, MK2.
And then attempted to convince him that this whole situation was in his head. What were the chances that a
I don't even know what a conveyor belt, conveyor lift is.
Regardless, Doug ignored her, and as he fell deeper into his
Parece-me importante meter isto aqui. Eu quero distribuir isto, you know? Iron Rod is missing. Oh, that's a fuck.
He did have 2 remaining pills to take, but he decided that he would only take them when he needed to. As a member of staff in the facility, Doug thought about the best way
there's a lot of stuff that I want to do.
Then,
I need this. Go away.
The mycelia within this fungus suggests strong molecular bonding features frequently observed in adhesives and medicine.
Oh god. Is this GLaDOS?
She still wanted
a new research tree can now be accessed in the app.
Oh shit!
With the help of his companion,
I'm a friend.
Helped him ignore GLaDOS' manipulation and turrets. Upon arrival in the room, Doug adjusted the testing.
Estou a fazer fábricas, que foi?
Finding a test subject that had been rejected from testing for being abnormally stubborn and never gave up, ever.
É sempre o mesmo sound file, é mesmo. Bastava 2. Bastava 2 e já não se notava.
So, Doug moved Chell from number 1498 to number 1 in the test subject list.
Estou a fabricar fábricas, sim.
Doug went back into hiding.
Num jogo chamado Satisfábrica.
To begin testing the test subjects, where she would wake up his savior. Over in the Black Mesa research facility, on May 15th, a security guard and friend of Gordon Freeman, Barney Calhoun, was given his assignment for the next day.
Adoro como simplesmente desaparece.
while over in the Santiago military base. Corporal Adrian Shepard and his squad were
Eu quero que as coisas venham até aqui.
information on the mission they have been preparing for.
A minha coal factory. Onde é que ela deve ficar?
But they were not informed
Aqui?
what had happened there. Then they were told that they were just
É que se calhar eu não consigo passar o coisa.
But no one knew what it was.
Olha, fodeu-me.
In the Black Mesa Research Facility, the anomalous material.
Isto é mais difícil que o Dark Souls. Ai.
With the anti-mass spectrometer. But this was not a normal experiment. The crystal sample that Colette Green had analyzed, GG-3883, was the purest sample she had ever seen. And with the belief that this sample could be the one to push that.
Será que dá para matá-lo com uma motosserra?
The administrator of Black Mesa, Dr. Wallace Green, put immense pressure on his scientists to produce conclusive results.
Saiam daqui, árvores. Está na hora de progresso.
The anti-mass spectrometer ran normally at 90%. This level allowed a safety buffer for the machine and personnel. But Dr. Breen was insistent that they did whatever they could
Já não tenho
to
espaço.
work with this new sample.
Also, wait a minute. Era suposto eu ir para aqui. Que eu aqui estou a construir umas coisas. Espero ter paus aqui. Fuck, não tenho. Preciso de paus de... Wait, vou mudar a recipe. Preciso de iron rods. Shit.
In the early hours of this morning,
I don't need any of these. That's a fuck.
But with the additional power required for the anti-mass spectrometer, other areas of Black Mesa suffered system crashes and even complete blackouts. On this stressful morning, the team noticed a strange man wandering the halls, watching the surrounding
I want some
chaos.
biomass.
The same man that Adrian had noticed watching him.
Oh no. Eu não sei o que é que... Já estou perdido. Vocês sabem a história do Black Mesa? Eu não sei. E da Aperture Science e do... tudo mais.
Dr. Freeman was also running late. This gave the team more time to prepare and theorize what could actually go wrong in this experiment, where some whispered of the possibility of a resonance cascade, a rip in space and time. As Barney Calhoun began his shift as a security,
Vou fazer isto enquanto espero pelos ingots.
Gordon finally arrived at the Sector C test labs and put on his hazardous environment suit.
Não, mas agora vais saber porque que o bolo é uma mentira. Há bocado acho que eles estavam a dizer qual era o significado do bolo.
Which destroyed a casserole that did not belong to him. This moment began a grudge that would last for decades. Upon Gordon's eventual arrival in the observation bay of the anti-mass spectrometer, he was updated by Dr. Kleiner on the situation, the changes in protocol, and that Dr. Breen needed...
Mas espera, no Aperture Science, o que estão a fazer, no momento em que nós estamos a jogar Portal, o que estão a fazer não é simplesmente um rogue AI?
In the observation bay, Eli
was
approached by the government
Elon what now?
that had wandered the halls of the facility, and he said something strange. Prepare for unforeseen consequences. This was such a strong statement considering Eli had been against the adjustment of the testing parameters, but the team were under immense pressure, and so
I need some more poop.
warning and kept it to himself, where the scientists boosted the anti-mass spectrometer to 100%,
Eu também estou cheio de wood.
ready for Gordon to proceed. As
Wait,
they
hold
made
on.
this
O que
change,
é que estás com
they
esta
did
wood?
also notice a discrepancy in the readings, but
Primarily
as it
useless
quickly
fuel.
reverted back to acceptable bounds, they ignored it. In the maintenance areas of the anti-mass
Por cada 10
Dr.
eu faço
Gene
biomassa.
Cross
Ok.
placed the crystal sample in a lift for it to be delivered up to Gordon, where, upon its arrival, he pushed this crystal sample into the beam of the anti-mass spectrometer, and then everything changed. As the
Oh, no.
crystal hit the beam, it shattered and the exotic energy inside of the crystal flooded the room. This in turn triggered a resonance cascade powered by the crystal. This cascade ripped a hole in space, where a bridge was formed between Black Mesa and the border world of Zen.
A maneira como este gajo narra coisas é weird na minha cabeça.
Around the chamber, equipment across the whole facility malfunctioned. As a result
Tô
of this,
cheio de pulpa aqui também.
collapsed as the hostile flora and fauna of Zen teleported into the facility. To Gordon's luck, he avoided injury during this incident, and he was
Do I really need this?
teleported
I don't think so.
briefly to Zen, and then pulled back to Earth to see the chaos this event had caused. The Black Mesa research facility had been invaded
Mycelia?
by Zenian creatures.
What the hell is
and
that?
There was a force behind this. The last
Okay,
Nyland.
daquilo que... Não vou ver já...
Onde
é que nos meus copper ingots.
It explored Zen and discovered that it was stronger
Ainda deve ter
than
pouco.
most of the species on this border world. In a move of self-preservation, the Nyland enslaved these creatures.
Agora, quero construir a minha
and formed
factory de
its own
coal.
army, just in case the
Factory,
Combine
whatever.
discovered
É para
its
ter
new
uma
home.
espécie de power
When
plant?
humanity
Acho que é um bocado assim
discovered
que funciona.
Zen, the Nyland watched from afar.
Vamos ver.
and when the resonance cascade
Eu
occurred,
abandonei
the
montes de
creatures
fábricas,
saw
elas devem estar todas
opportunities
sem energia agora,
to
tudo
escape
fodido.
to Earth, where it
É uma merda.
believed it would be safe from the hands of
Sou
the Combine.
deadbeat
All it
dead.
had to do was
That's
take
what I am.
out the population of Earth first. So it sent every enslaved
I don't need
creature
this.
it had to achieve this. As Gordon Freeman left
I got
the
so
ruined
much
test
poop.
chamber and wandered the halls, he discovered
I gotta
the
get rid of
bodies
the poop.
people he had worked with. Moving upstairs, he came across Eli and Isaac, who had attempted to call for help, but the incident had knocked out the communication system. With a suit to protect him from the dangers of Black Mesa,
O importante é ter
Eli
muito
asked
biofuel, que é
Gordon
para estar à
to reach the
vontade.
surface and bring back help,
Sempre
where
precisar.
he left to do so. And with help
Mas,
on the way, Eli went to go and
é
find his
assim,
wife and
é
daughter.
importante, mas eu
Unfortunately,
estou farto de estar aqui a
Eli's
fazer
wife,
isto.
Asian, had already died.
Who are these
But
people?
His daughter did survive, just in a strange way. The G-Man had somehow discovered where Alex Vance was and plugged her out of Black Mesa against the wishes of his employers,
Oh,
using
no.
unexplained abilities. It appeared that the G-Man and his employers had some sort of agenda, and this man was not what he appeared to be. As Gordon went on, he was attacked by head crabs.
Caralho do
These
cão,
small
assustou-me.
creatures attempted to latch onto a host's head, break into its skull, and control it as a sort of puppet.
Hey.
So, Gordon picked up
Hey.
the first weapon he saw
Qual é a
to defend
cena?
himself, a crowbar,
Vamos
and he
relaxar.
continued on to find help. Around
Okay.
this time,
Okay.
Dr. Gina Cross and Dr. Colette Green followed the instructions of their boss, Dr. Rosenberg, and after also fighting through Zenian creatures, they managed to send off
Quando é
a
que dizes olá à Zelda?
military support.
Yeah.
Over in the Santiago military base, Adrian and his squad were told that it was time
Why am
to
I still doing this?
under the banner of the Hazardous Environment Combat Unit, the Marines were deployed for their mission they had trained for over the past few weeks.
Bom, já
and
chega, vou
made
procurar
their
os
way
ingots.
to Black
Procurar não, esse já tenho muito.
The interesting part about this
I'ma save
was that
this
the person
bit
who had
here.
contracted Santiago to prepare
Leave the poop here.
HECU would have somehow been aware that the resonance
Pick up the
was going to
ingots.
happen, which suggested that this was either a planned event or the forces behind
Rods.
this could
The rods,
manipulate
that's what I
the
need, the
time.
rod.
On their way in, the HECU were kept in the dark on what
Eu não sei se isto vai
their mission
funcionar,
was.
mas vamos
They were
experimentar.
told that they would get
Can I
their
even
mission
build the
upon
fucking
arrival.
shit?
So, Corporal
So?
Adrian Shepard and the other
Não, agora a
units
sério.
in his
Eu volto a
hospital
perguntar. O que é que vocês acham da
speculated what their
narration
mission
deste gajo?
was. As the HECU arrived in the New Mexico desert, the Osprey holding Adrian and his squad was attacked by a flying Zen creature, where it crashed into the ground below. Although Adrian's Osprey had fallen down,
É?
other Ospreys managed
Eu acho estranho só que não diz
to
so.
land safely, and
Parece
the
weirdly
Marines inside were
edited
briefed
ou
on
forced,
what
não
their
sei.
mission was.
Oh, matou-se!
They were told that Black Mesa had conducted a top secret experiment that
So?
brought aliens into the facility, and their mission was to take over the Black Mesa announcement system.
Estás numa dungeon.
hostile aliens and
De que jogo?
witnesses to this catastrophe. This included the personnel of
Olha, isto está
essentially
nicely cleared.
this was a cover-up
Vamos ver
operation.
então o que é que sai daqui.
Scattered
Espera aí.
across the entire facility, the HECU initially took out the scientists easily.
Alright,
As from the scientist's perspective,
power.
this military
Coal
force had been
generator.
sent in to rescue them. Following
I
the
have
fall
everything
of
that
the
I need.
elevator he had worked on, Barney finally woke up to see
Ok,
for
a água
himself
tem que entrar
the
aqui.
chaos in Black Mesa.
Isto precisa de água e
As he navigated
de
the
carvão.
corridors filled with bodies,
O carvão,
Barney fought off
maybe
the
it's in
many
you-
creatures
in
and
real
the
life.
HECU he encountered, and eventually discovered Dr. Rosenberg, who had
Rosenberg.
locked himself away after the HECU
Depois trato da
attempted to
água.
capture and
O
interrogate
que é que vocês acham?
as
Isto precisa de água e
Rosenberg had been
de
part
carvão.
of the team that
E está
had
aqui
discovered
perto
them
da
using
água.
teleportation
Esta água aqui.
technology. He believed they could use an
Right?
old prototype of the
I think that's
Lambda
bad.
complex teleporter to escape
Agora vou fazer um caminho para...
So, Rosenberg and Barney made their way
No
to the older
connection,
parts of
water
Black
amount
Mesa
in
to
building.
use it. On Gordon's journey,
Eu não sei como é que isto vai
he helped the
funcionar. Provavelmente tenho que
scientists
ligar a
on the
energia a
way
isto.
and noticed that one breed
I don't have that
of
kind of fun,
aliens,
sadly, não é?
Vortigaunts, had
Uh-oh, o jogo foi à vida.
shackles around their necks
Crash,
and arms,
Crash Bandicoot? Não,
which
hold on.
indicated that these were just foot soldiers fighting against their
Ok, eu posso
well-known
trazer...
unknown
Eu posso...
foes.
Espera.
Moving on,
Quão grande...
Gordon was
4.
told by a scientist that there
É que
was
isto vai ser um
military
bocado grande,
presence
não
in
é?
Black Mesa that had come to rescue them.
Preciso de um
But
apoio.
shortly after,
Para
he
isso?
discovered the true nature of this military operation, where
Um
he
não,
took it upon
muitos.
himself to take out not only the aliens, but also the HECU. Under Dr. Keller's instructions, Colette and Gina
So?
reactivated the dampening locks of the anti-mass spectrometer, with the theory that this would
Vou
seal the
construir
bridge
assim alguns.
between Earth and Zen, and stop these alien creatures from flooding into the facility. But this did nothing to solve their problem.
So...
Dr. Keller speculated that something on the other
I'm
side
sorry.
in Zen must have been holding this connection open. In Sector F, the Lambda complex, the held-up scientists there contacted Dr. Keller, and together they
Será que eu
theorized that they
tenho
could use a prototype
suficiente?
displacement beacon to create a resonance reversal and seal the rift. But to do this, they needed a
I don't have
satellite in
enough.
orbit. With Black Mesa
I don't have
under
enough.
lockdown, Gina and Colette had to overrule this.
How do I make more?
which they managed to. The issue was that the HECU discovered
I'm gonna make...
multiple
I don't care. I'm gonna
and
make
took
all
over
of
the
them.
control room, which
I need
they
more
plan
screws.
to use to launch a rocket with the satellite. Having
I'm gonna make
fought
all of the
through
screws, I don't care.
facility
I don't
with
care,
every
guys.
weapon he came
Vou ouvir a
across,
história do Black
Gordon
Mesa
took out
enquanto...
both Alien and HECU.
Alien?
And here, the Lambda team believed that Gordon could help them with their problem.
Whoa.
So they managed
So?
to contact him and asked for his help, to which he accepted. On his way
I'm
to
an
the
asshole.
rocket control room, Gordon fought with many of Zen's dangerous creatures, and he even survived the underground rail, which consisted of many of the HECU. Eventually, he arrived at the launch site, took out the Marines who guarded it, and launched the rocket.
So...
The
Pensei que ele ia dizer agora.
did their best to complete their mission, but grew increasingly frustrated with the deaths of their Marines at the hands of Gordon Freeman, where they even called
O gajo
him out
fez
by
script de
name
2 horas e
in
leu
intercoms and
durante
sought him out to kill.
6 horas, por aí, não é?
So, Gordon had to be more careful as he
Não é?
traveled
Editou
towards
tudo,
Sector
cortou
F,
tudo.
where he and the
Vários
scientists
takes em
could come
cada...
up with a new plan. As a result of this colossal failure to contain this problem, the United States government decided to send in another unit, the Black Ops, to take out the HECU, the Black Mesa personnel, the Xenian life forms, and the entire structure with a thermonuclear device. With their satellite in space and ready to do their part, Gina, Colette, and Dr. Keller arrived at Black Mesa's Gamma
Block
Labs,
Mesa.
the home of the
É que eu quero
prototype
os tapetes rápidos e não os lentos.
After they fought off a
Só que
wave
isso
of
custa
Zen
muito,
legions,
não é?
they
Muito
successfully
guito, I
activated
guess.
the beacon and initiated the
Recurso, é
Resonance
isso.
reversal.
Custa muitos recursos.
They had done everything they could to reverse this disaster.
So,
But the Nyland kept this rift open between Earth and Zen from its side. And
vamos ver
their
até
efforts
onde
had
consigo
failed
fazer os
in
meus
vain.
tapetes.
So Gina, Colette, and Dr. Keller attempted to leave the facility.
MK2.
Over in Sector A, Barney and Dr. Rosenberg had discovered the old lab
Ok, já
prototype
consegui fazer uma
teleporter.
parte.
And after a visit to Zen to activate a triangulation device to allow this old, rebuilt teleporter to work,
Quantos é que-
Barney came back and
Quantos
helped
é que
the
eu tenho?
scientists recharge and complete the teleporter. As Gordon neared the Lambda complex, he was ambushed and knocked unconscious by members of the
Já só tenho 5.
HECU. Here, they had to decide what they wanted to do with him. Their orders were to bring him to the surface
Must,
and interrogate
must snap,
him,
ok.
but the people he
Quantos,
had
quantos mais é que eu vou
killed were their
precisar?
friends.
Vou buscar mais ingots.
In Sector
Ei, desculpem
A,
lá, isto,
Barney
eu nunca mais vou sair daqui, não é?
activated the teleporter and
Não vou ter
watched as
recursos
scientists
durante algum
jumped
tempo.
to freedom.
Deixa eu ver
As
se tenho
he
mais.
defended them
Como é que era?
against
Não é ingots, é
incoming
copper.
forces that had
Não.
discovered this lab, using
Metal.
security guard training,
Iron.
fought them off
Iron
long
rod.
enough to jump into
Mas o
the
frango? Eu já comi
teleporter
frango hoje.
itself.
Epá, frango bros, meu.
Barney bounced through different locations.
Tenha uma boa noite,
In one
obrigado
of these,
por teres
he
passado por aí.
landed in an underground
Boa
room
cena.
and watched as his friend Gordon was carried by 2 military units down a corridor.
So,
But before he could do anything to help, he was teleported outside with the scientists.
screw it, guys. I'm going here.
Unable to help his friend, Barney left Black Mesa in an SUV.
Sorry.
As Gordon woke up, he found himself in a trash compactor. It appeared that the 2 units that had ambushed him were fine with
Estás a fazer
going
intermi-
against a direct
Tu
order
costumas fazer.
and
Alguma vez me fizeste intermeadas?
regardless,
Parece-me que
Gordon
é
managed to escape
um prato
this
fixe.
and
E que tu sabes
continued on
fazer.
his
Uau,
journey to the
damn.
Lambda complex.
Just
Over
asking.
the hours since the resonance cascade had occurred, more and more aliens had
Oh.
teleported through the rift, where the HECU struggled to fight back against them
Nice.
and Gordon's killing spree.
Fiz um franguito,
So they
pus no assim
prepared
no.
to
Como
pull out.
é que se chama?
After the
No
crash
forno,
on
durante
his
para aí uma
Osprey,
hora e tal.
Corporal
Que eu-
Adrian Shepard finally
fica bué da
woke up
fixe.
and found himself in one of Black Mesa's medical labs. He
Umas
had been
batatinhas.
saved by a scientist. As a result of
Compro
this
daquelas
crash,
assim que diz
Adrian had not
batata
received
para
any
assar.
orders
E depois eu
from a
asso.
commanding officer,
E ficam como
and
lá.
was still in the dark on why he had been sent here.
Ah, não, mas é fixe, é
So
comfy.
he navigated the halls of Black Mesa, unaware of what had happened here. On his path, Adrian discovered a radio and was
Olha,
informed
33
that the
reinforced
HECU
iron
were
plates.
calling out
Eu acho que já
and
fiz
he
metade do
needed to
caminho, não
make
é?
his way towards the extraction
Isto provavelmente já vai dar
which
para,
he did.
para chegar ao
On
call.
his way to the extraction
E assim termina a primeira
Adrian
fase. Depois a
fought
segunda é
past
tentar
Zen
perceber como é que eu
forces
faço
and finally arrived.
aqueles tubos de água para chegarem até ao.
HECU mentioned Gordon Freeman, the man with a crowbar that had taken
The
out
man
many
with a
of their
crowbar.
own. As Adrian attempted to board the Osprey to leave Black Mesa, the
Black
handed door
Mesa.
closed where he was locked inside. Here, Adrian saw who had locked the door, the G-Man. The man that had seemingly followed him since his days of training
O homem
at
guia.
Santiago.
O Gomem.
Having missed the last Osprey out of Black Mesa, Adrian had to find another exit from this place, where he came across other abandoned members of his unit. Together, they looked for an escape. As the HECU departed, they launched an airstrike on Black Mesa. Underground, Gordon avoided this and continued on his way to the Lambda complex.
Lamba.
After he eventually arrived, he discovered many of Black Mesa's surviving scientists hidden within. He was told that they believed a force on the other side was keeping the rift open between Earth and Zen, and having survived against the odds, they believed Gordon
Tá na
would
tua
be
horinha,
the
não tá,
perfect
cão?
person to travel to Zen to stop this
Vou dar de comer ao
invasion.
campo, pessoal, já
So,
volto.
they prepared to use the teleporter that the survey team
Teleporter.
had once used to acquire samples.
So-
As the teleporter loaded up, Zeni creatures flooded through into the chamber
No,
where
I
they
want the
attacked
MK2.
Gordon and the scientist operating the machine. Alongside this, Adrian had also lost the HECU unit he was traveling with, and as he ventured through the vents of Black Mesa, he opened the door just in time to watch Gordon jump into a portal.
Oh shit.
Adrian
Ok, já só preciso de mais um. Fuck!
Point, and with Gordon gone, Adrian
Ok, filha
entered
da
a
puta.
different portal. This one tunneled Zen, and after taking in this foreign to Black Mesa, in a completely different part
Ele
of
fugiu.
Zen that Adrian had visited, Gordon
Ow.
found the floating islands, where he searched for the leader of the Vortigaunt and various other species that had flooded the
Não sabes qual é a
Black
puta da
Mesa
boca?
facility. In Black Mesa, Adrian continued to search for an escape from this nightmare and discovered the Biodome complex, where the Black Mesa scientists have brought through these alien flora and fauna for study. Alongside this, he also discovered floating orbs, all traveling in the same direction. Unknown to the occupants of Black Mesa and Zen, another species known only as Race X had also taken the Resonance Cascade as an opportunity to conquer and take over Earth. But these creatures were planning on a different route. Deep in an abandoned part of Black Mesa, Race X had begun the formation of a portal, protected by their foot soldiers. All they needed was for this portal to grow big enough for the gene worm to come through. A giant creature that had the ability to terraform the environment around it into a hospitable environment for Race X. As Adrian continued across the facility, he discovered the bodies of the soldiers he had trained with, and even encountered the dangerous Race X creatures that had killed them. The most vicious by far was the Pitworm, in which he subsequently avenged the deaths of his fellow Marines. Having discovered the displacer cannon at this point, Adrian accidentally teleported himself to Zen, and, unknown to him, he discovered the body of Gina Cross. It is unknown how she died or got here, but Adrian did manage to teleport himself back to Black Mesa. The Pitworm was not the only challenging foe he encountered, as he often came across the Black Ops, who had been sent in to kill everyone. He also had the unique ability to survive in these impossible situations, where he took out everything that came for him. On his way through Sector E,
Vamos ver
Adrian
então se consigo
discovered
fazer
an
o...
underground garage that the Black Ops had taken over. Here, he discovered what their endgame was for Black
Whoa.
Mesa.
You go
A
faster like that.
thermonuclear device stored in the Ordnance
That's space.
Storage Facility.
Ui.
Once again,
Espalhou.
Adrian took out
Oh,
the
magoei-me.
Black Ops and deactivated the device. Here, he was told by a security guard that the only way out of Black Mesa was through a warehouse deeper in the facility. As he walked to
As
the
minhas
elevator,
factories devem estar todas
Adrian
desligadas.
spotted the G-Man once again. This time, he was reactivating the device Adrian had just deactivated. Unable to get back into the parking garage,
Quanto é que será que eu preciso? Para aí 10 ou assim?
on his path to escape Black Mesa,
Estás a fazer uma dungeon de quê?
he would make it out before
Estou interessado. Estou interessado na tua vida. Não é só agora, sem motivo.
Gordon discovered the habitat
Olha,
of
potencialmente posso fazer 10.
and how
É,
they treated
isto
their
provavelmente
slaves by a higher force
faz com que eu
to
consiga
run a
passar o
biological
code, depois tenho que tirar
factory
water,
to
não sei o que é preciso
foot
construir
soldiers
water, mas
or
foda.
whoever their leader was. So he continued on using every weapon he encountered. Now deep underground, Adrian was informed by another
Finish.
Black Mesa security guard that there
It's
was
just
something
run to the
attempting
end
to
and kill the
come through a
boss.
portal
Ok, mas eu
in
não
an
sei que...
abandoned part
Eu não faço a mínima
of the
o que é que o jogo
facility,
é.
and many had died attempting to stop it. So Adrian entered an
Até pode ser um jogo para Game Gear, eu nem não faço a mínima.
face the beast. As he wandered the halls, Adrian followed the floating orbs he had seen all over the facility, heading towards a
Fazer
room
então as
at the back.
26 placas.
Here, he discovered a giant portal. This gateway was connected to the home of Race X. It is unknown if this was just an extended part of Zen, or a completely new dimension or world entirely.
Whoa,
as this
parece
was
o
a
Nights,
threat
the-
that
o Nights into
couldn't be
Dream.
stopped. With the portal almost fully charged from floating orbs, the gene worm started to come through. Instantly, Adrian fought it off with
Estás
black
num WoW
laser
clássico.
lasers to blind it, and and then
Isso é muito
firing
guito,
it
não
with
é?
everything he had in his arsenal. That was until it retreated back into the portal. It is unknown if the creature died
Oh,
or
fuck.
just returned to its homeworld, but this stopped
Wow.
the invasion of Race X, and upon Adrian's victory, a portal storm erupted from the portal and took Adrian somewhere new. Adrian Shepard found himself in an Osprey flying through the New Mexico desert, but this was no normal Osprey. It appeared to
Very
teleport
cheap.
through dimensions, and in front of him, Adrian once again was face to face.
Para mim, very
with
cheap é
the
tipo
G-Man.
one time
He was told
purchase.
that he had adapted and survived against the odds, qualities that the G-Man had seen in himself. And so, he persuaded his employers to
conveyor
allow
belt.
Adrian's
Whoa, what
safe
the fuck?
exit from the facility. Having seen great potential in Adrian,
Oh, o
but
bicho está em
with
cima
no
daquilo,
clear
né?
use for him yet, the G-Man decided to store him
G-Man.
just in case he was needed in
Yo, the
future.
name's
As the
G-Man.
G-Man spoke, the thermonuclear
Yo.
device exploded and took out
I made
the
it.
entirety of the Black
Agora
Mesa
o
facility.
Cole vai começar a vir, não
Any
é?
remaining Black Ops, HECU, Zenin Creature, Race X, and Black Mesa personnel were taken out with it. As for Dr. Colette Green and Dr.
Jesus
Carol,
Christ, isso é
it is
ultra
unknown
caro, meu
if they
Deus.
made it out in
Oh,
time.
fuck.
In this Osprey, flying in space, the G-Man believed that Adrian could still cause some harm in some
Alright.
capacity for his and
That-
his employers' plans in the future.
Where's the coal?
So, the G-Man decided to place
Hey,
him
man,
in a
I need some
void,
coal.
stuck in stasis for
That's
the
not coal.
foreseeable future, where Adrian
Right, se
could
calhar o
do
coal
no
tá a sair e eu é que não o
harm, and
vejo.
in return, no harm could come to him. In Zen, Gordon had no idea that he had nowhere to return to upon completing his mission, and eventually he came upon a large portal. As he entered,
Is that energy?
he came face to face with the giant
sort of
creature
fuel.
that had triggered this entire invasion. Of course, humanity
So?
had a hand in it too, but the Nylanth had held open the rift and sent through everything it had
Where's my
to
coal?
take over Earth. As they fought, the Nylanth attacked Gordon with teleportation orbs
Oh, it's
and
mining.
dangerous balls of energy. But Gordon
Yo,
had
I got the
brand new
coal.
weaponry. As he pulled out his weapon, Gordon continuously fired at the creature's head as he evaded its attacks.
Supposedly, this is
where
faster.
the scientist
É
managed
por isso
to
que eu andei a
fire
chatear-me com
an
isto. Eu
open
queria
crevice in the
conveyor
Nylanth's
belt,
head.
mas rápido.
Upon impact, the creature spun around and levitated as energy surged from it, and upon its death, Gordon was teleported. Gordon had successfully defeated the Nylanth and released its hold on Earth. And as he recovered from this
Caterium
sudden
ore.
teleportation,
New
he
technologies
realized
can be
that he
developed
was
based
still
on
in
this
Zen,
new
and the
superconductive
G-Man
gold-like
stood
element,
opposite
primarily
him.
in power
The
and
man
electronics.
that he
Wow.
also
A new
spotted
research
watching
tree can
him
now be
Fucking son.
accessed in the MAM.
The man explained to
The
Gordon
MAM,
that
okay.
he and his employers were impressed with his limitless potential. He had survived against the odds.
Okay,
in
I'm gonna
an impossible
start getting coal
situation,
here,
and they wanted
but
him
nothing's
to
gonna
work
happen.
for them. Due to the
Because I need
secretive
water.
nature of the G-Man and his employers, Gordon still had no idea what he was being recruited
Então, o que é
for,
suposto sair
or
daqui?
what he would have to do.
75?
During this conversation, the
75 é
G-Man
muito
teleported
baixo, não é?
Gordon across various regions of Zen.
Ah,
just
se é
to
baixo eu faço mais que
demonstrate
um.
how powerful he was. But still, the G-Man gave him a
The G-Man.
choice. Join them
Yo, man,
or
the
be
name's
placed in a
G-Man.
fight he had no
Sorry,
chance of winning.
I'm a
In
stupid.
this moment,
Eu preciso de
Gordon
mais do que um
accepted
coal
the
generator, não é?
offer and entered
O que é que eu
a
preciso?
green portal
Barras,
into
9,
nothingness.
10.
With Gordon
Eu vou
in
fazer
his
outro coal
capture,
generator.
The G-Man returned to his employers with the news that they had taken
Mas antes disso, se calhar
Zen
tratava
as
da
their
água,
own.
não é?
But it is unknown why the
Eu acho
G-Man
que
and his
eu ia ter
employers
coal
wanted
generators primeiro.
this border world.
Ou
This
3.
also confirmed that this whole event had been orchestrated. Following the end of the resonance
What
cascade,
the-
it appeared that the G-Man had multiple goals for this
Default
catastrophe. To acquire
extraction
Zen,
rate.
save a young
120, não sei o
hire
quê.
Gordon and Adrian,
Headlift.
and some believe he even hired Colette Green.
How do I make
and
this?
To finish it off, he had made sure that the
Okay, I can
Black
make this
Mesa
directly.
facility and everything inside
Uh,
was destroyed after the event. But this one disaster would come at a
Rivers
huge
do not
cost for the
commonly
rest
suffice.
of humanity. Although the Black Mesa incident ended with the death
I don't know if
of
this is
Nyla,
what
The few
I don't know
survivors
if this is
discovered
it.
that this
Calm.
was only the beginning of
Eu não percebo nada da
something
água, tenho que
greater. As
aprender.
a side effect of the Resnas Cascade, portal storms ravaged the planet, where it brought Xenian wildlife with it. Their leader had died, but the creatures stayed. This was their home now, and they attacked anything
Pipeline
they
pump
encountered.
MK1.
To combat
Okay.
this, Earth's militaries came together to fight off this infestation, to protect the population. While underground in Upper Michigan, GLaDOS continued her testing on the trapped Aperture employees as they
Oh.
continued to die, one by
So?
one. Here, Doug Ratman, now having fallen
Is this like the
completely
beginning
into
of the
his
thing?
schizophrenia, still waited for Chell to wake up. With time to waste, he used the maintenance areas of Aperture to access test chambers and drew hints, tips and tricks on
Tenho que fazer uma coisa
board
muito
to
rápida.
warn Chell
Yeah, tenho que
of
vir
the
aqui
dire situation
e começar a
of Aperture,
construir
which he
os...
eventually woke.
Vou dar a recipe,
Above
fazer
ground,
copper
the
shit.
militaries of the planet fought until they grew weak. Then something new came.
So,
Out in the vast universe, the Universal Union, known as the Combine to others, continued to search the universe with the plan to conquer every sentient species they encountered. And as a result of the Resonance Cascade, they discovered
you need to place
Earth.
this in deep water.
Following their
I mean,
exhaustion,
I don't think that's a
mighty
problem
war
because I think this is deep
creatures
water.
that have flooded the
This-
planet. Humanity once again had to fight as the Combine took advantage of the portal
Ok,
storms
consigo
and
ligar aqui.
humanity's weakened state. Death filled the streets as this Universal Union took down each nation over the
Agora, não sei o que é que vou fazer
It
com
appeared
isto
that
depois.
humanity was
Bem,
going
tenho
to
que
be
criar,
faced with
reinforced
other species
plates,
that
I
had
guess.
failed to defend themselves.
That sucks.
But then, Dr. Wallace Breen, the ex-administrator of Black Mesa, somehow discovered a way
Black
to communicate
Mesa.
with the Ultimate Force. With permission from the Allied nations, on the 7th hour, Wallace offered the submission of
I'm gonna
humanity
turn this into
in
iron
return
plate.
for their lives, in which the Combine accepted. This agreement relied on all of humanity's
Poderia ficar sem
submission,
iron plate
but
eventualmente.
there's still some who wanted to fight. As the man that had made this deal, the Combine anointed him as Earth's administrator, the person with direct contact to the Combine to deploy their orders to the population of Earth. With this agreement, the Combine
need
began
screw.
their work to fortify their holding of planet Earth. Over a very short period of time, they examined the human biological structure to see how they could strengthen their armies in any way, and saw how they could control this species. Here, they created a suppression field that stopped any human from conceiving a child, where the remaining children on Earth would be the last. With the Xenian creatures still being hostile to anyone they came
Quantas coisas é que eu
across,
preciso?
the Combine developed settlements, labeled cities,
Nossa, não vou
to
conseguir fazer mais
safely hold
cruz.
and monitor the population of humanity
To be careful.
and Vortigaunt.
I can make the
With their
oh, the
conquered
copper
species
shit.
safe,
Oh, yeah.
The Combine got to work and adjusted man-made structures into Combine strongholds. Over the wasteland, they
Would
developed
be
a prison,
able to make this
Nova
immediately.
Prospect, into a place to hold those resistant to the Combine's
Portanto, eu preciso de
occupation
cobre
of
para
the planet.
infraestruturas
Here,
de
they tortured, questioned,
água.
experimented with, and
Para
adapted
água.
the
É bom
humans
para água.
into
O que é que isto
shadows
diz?
of what they had
High
once
corrosion
been.
resistant.
Within the
Deve ser essa a lógica, não é?
17 settlement, the Combine
Eu não percebo nada
adopted a large
da vida.
building into the home
Tem que ser um
of
videojogo a
Overwatch.
ensinar.
The Overwatch was an AI that gave
The
out
Overwatch?
orders to the human arm of the Combine Empire. This human arm consisted of volunteers that had been lured in by the promise of additional rations and better living conditions. There were also some who actually believed in the Combine's cause and willingly joined. The Combine ruled mostly on fear, but
Damn, já estou aqui há uma hora e ainda não
there was
consegui
also
fazer a minha
another
coal
way to
factory.
humanity more submissive. This population relied on water to survive, and with this knowledge, the Combine began to add a solution to the water.
Oh, eu tenho uma coisa para fazer
Here,
biomassa.
they began to forget
Oh,
why
I'm
they
sorry,
hated the
guys.
Combine,
Espera, isto é bem
and
melhor.
became more compliant. Outside of these settlements, the region became known as the Wasteland, dangerous areas
Se eu
infested
escolher
by
wood, ele
Xenian
faz wood.
wildlife. And as the Combine took
Ah,
Earth
estava a fazer à mão, mas eu
to
tinha
resources,
preparado este propósito para...
which
Oh, meu
was
Deus.
water, the oceans
I am
left dangerous
I am doomed.
which became home to the Xenian and Lion species. The Combine and Wallace Breen attempted
Faz lá o coisa.
human and
Fica sem coisa.
but they could not
Wood.
control
Acho que tem
everything.
mesmo muita wood,
The
não sei.
survivors of Black Mesa had
Yeah.
been through enough, and they would not bow
Shit, that's
down
pretty
to
good.
the
I didn't
Combine,
know.
where Dr. Eli Vance, Dr. Isaac Kleiner, Barney Calhoun,
I need this.
and Dr. Arnie Magnuson came together to
I
form
need-
a resistance. In Upper Michigan, the Combine discovered
what else do I
the
need?
Aperture facility
How do I
and
make the thing?
attempted to enter, but as GLaDOS
So,
had full control,
I need a
she was able
rotar.
to keep
How do you
them
rotar?
out.
Estás a ver,
Inside,
Ers? Não sei se ainda estás aí, se calhar já não
Doug was
estás.
completely unaware of what had happened
porque falei
to
mal
his
do WoW.
planet, and
Não falei
he
nada.
still sought to
Um,
Then, Chell
eu
was
preciso-
selected as the next test subject.
Este é o que eu queria dizer com o UI ser fixe.
Was about
Ah, está
to
atrás
begin.
do vídeo. Mas isto geralmente informa-te
She
tudo.
looked around and
Não é preciso ter
found
o wiki ao
herself
lado.
in a relaxation vault. It made sense as she had volunteered for this position. After a portal opened and allowed her access to the first test chamber, Chell listened to what she thought was an automated voice announcement with instructions, when in reality, this was GLaDOS who pretended not to be sentient and watched her new test subject through security cameras.
Hold on.
Under
What
the
am I doing
robot's
anyway?
instructions, Chell was guided to the portal device. It appeared
Okay,
that
I
GLaDOS
need a
still
rotar.
wanted to beat Black Mesa in the race for portal technology, but due to the fall of Black Mesa and humanity, this race was over. Chell easily completed the test chambers as she learned more about how they functioned, as Doug and his companion cube watched her from the offices and maintenance areas. Then she reached test chamber 16. Before she could enter this chamber, GLaDOS informed her that the test chamber had been replaced by a live firing course due to scheduled maintenance. This appeared to be GLaDOS' first attempt to murder Chell. Undeterred and only able to move forward into the chamber,
I want to make
Chell
more
avoided
rotars.
the
I don't know if I
sentry
need
that
them or
filled
not,
this
but doesn't
space,
matter.
And then she noticed something odd. A wall of the chamber had been pushed out. Upon further investigation, Chell discovered a maintenance area that Doug had lived in, and the messages he had left for her, help drawn on the floor, and warnings
Wait, I'm making biomass?
was a lie. Still under the impression that the robot voice she listened to was pre-recorded, Chell continued on, watched from a distance by Doug, as he believed the end to his torment
Gráficos.
would
O que é que tem
soon come
gráficos
for Chell
nisso?
as she ventured closer to the end of the testing track. Doug took his last 2 antipsychotic pills in preparation for the aftermath, where he argued that he needed a clear head for what was to come, against the wishes of his companion cube.
Ok, não há dúvida de que eu agora vou precisar de
During Chell's
fazer
time in test chamber 17, she relied on her own companion cube
rods.
to solve the puzzle, and although Chell could not have completed the chamber without the cube, GLaDOS asked her to drop it into an incinerator to
Alright, here we go.
Hesitantly, she did. Upon arrival
Yay,
in
I
test
can make
chamber
a water
19,
extractor.
the final test chamber on this track.
Now,
Chell activated
so,
an
what do I do
unstationary
now?
scaffold and stepped onto it. With the promise of cake, Chell stayed on the scaffold. as
Does
she
this
moved closer
does this
to
need
the
energy?
picture of a cake.
It must
But
need
then,
energy,
Chell
right?
discovered what was about to happen as the unstationary scaffold turned a corner and revealed the incinerator.
So
As
now
the
it's
scaffold
logistics,
slowly
like a
moved
pipeline.
towards the fire, GLaDOS informed Chell that any Aperture product could survive up to 4,000 degrees Kelvin.
Mas eu tenho que...
and
a
thanked
pipeline
her
tem que
for
subir,
her
não é?
service. Even here, she still pretended to be an automated voice.
Pipeline
However,
pump?
Chell was extremely stubborn and
To apply
never gave up
head lift.
the qualities Doug had been impressed with. So, when she discovered what Aperture had in plan for her, she quickly portaled herself onto a ledge. This act of defiance forced GLaDOS to break the illusion, and she revealed that she was actually sentient. Here, she attempted to convince Chell that this had also been a part of the test. All Chell
Esta é a parte que eu
had to do
não-
now
não
was
sei
wait
bem,
for a
bem, bem o que é que
party
faço, não é?
escort bot to retrieve
Pipeline
her,
support,
and she would be
pipeline.
rewarded with cake. Chell instead ignored the instructions of GLaDOS and entered the maintenance areas, just like
rating
Doug
direct.
had when the facility was originally wiped out. While
Split
working
far
through these
away.
areas, Chell discovered just how empty this place was. From what she could tell, no one had actually watched her from the windows. It appeared only
What's
the
a
robot
head
had.
lift?
Something awful had happened here.
Oh,
But
allows
from
fluids
the
to be
drawings and
transported
lens she
20
had
meters
discovered over her
upward.
journey, she knew that at least one person was
Note,
looking
has
out
a mean
for her.
and
On his
output
reversal and
direct.
preparation for Chell to awaken, Doug had drawn arrows in these maintenance areas to guide Chell towards GLaDOS' central AI
Preciso de
chamber,
uma-
which Chell followed.
fabuloso.
Aware that this test subject
Preciso dos
could
rotors,
injure
dos tais
her,
rotors.
GLaDOS attempted to lure her
Where's
out
the
and
exit?
place sentry turrets in regions that she thought Chell would go through. But this test subject was tenacious and defiant, where she easily ignored GLaDOS' manipulative tactics and traps on her
So how
way
does
to
that
the
work?
AI chamber. With her portal gun in hand, Chell entered GLaDOS' chamber,
Oh,
and they
this
met
can go up by
face
itself?
to robot face. Here, GLaDOS dropped her morality core onto the ground and attempted to convince Chell to destroy it, which she did. The destruction of GLaDOS' morality core once again gave her
This doesn't-
access to her neurotoxin.
This shouldn't
which
work,
she
right?
deployed. In a race against time, Chell used GLaDOS' rocket turret against her to break off other personality cores from her frame, and for each one that fell off, Chell dropped it into the incinerator. Each core destroyed left GLaDOS even angrier than before. Although the cores had limited her to a degree, they also served an additional function to stabilize a reactor above GLaDOS, and
So this
due
needs
to
power,
the destruction
okay.
of the cores, the reactor exploded and summoned a portal on the ceiling, where it pulled through both Chell and GLaDOS
See?
into the car park of.
How do you dive?
This explosion
does one
shook
dive in this
Aperture
game?
and echoed across its halls. As this wave knocked down Doug and his companion cube, they believed that this could only mean one thing. Chell had succeeded. With excitement, Doug ran across the facility to see Chell's handiwork and discovered the central AI chamber in ruins. But he was surprised to find that Chell was not there. So he made his way to the exit with the belief that she had gone outside to soak in the sun.
I really do not
On his
know.
way, Doug and his cube made sure to avoid the remaining sentry turrets in Aperture. GLaDOS had fallen, but her turrets had not. As he reached the exit, Doug pushed open the doors and discovered freedom. As he took this in, he heard something, and with his natural instinct to hide at this point, he jumped behind the carcass of GLaDOS, and he watched as an unconscious Chell was dragged back into
Isto são
Aperture
as-
by a party escort
Isto são cómic?
of bots. Doug had been given his freedom by this girl, and in this moment, he had two choices. Leave Chell to her fate and leave this place for good, or travel back into Aperture and rescue her. Over his whole time in Aperture, his companion cube had acted as his logic and reasoning, and although he wanted to go inside, his cube told him to leave her. He had been running since GLaDOS had taken over the facility, and he finally wanted to stop. But his cube told him that he should not try to be the hero, as heroes die. To the disappointment of his sole companion, Doug re-entered the Aperture Science facility and ventured towards the extended relaxation vault, where he knew this bot would take her. On his way, his companion cube went quieter over time, until it stopped speaking completely and his mind became clear. His antipsychotic pills had finally taken full effect, and now all of his thoughts were now in his own head. As Doug reached the extended relaxation vault, he discovered that Chell had already been placed in long-term relaxation, but there was still hope to get her from here. He just needed to get up to the cryo.
Minha questão é como é que eu volto lá acima?
The issue was that GLaDOS' turrets still blocked the way. As Doug checked a control panel, he noticed that something was also wrong with the extended relaxation vaults. GLaDOS' explosion had
Por que não há
blown the main
material
power
para
grid,
tipo
and
escadas
as a
e assim?
result, all of the cryo chambers and the life support had been knocked
Está aqui tudo
offline.
parado, não é?
In a race against time and desperate to save everybody in extended relaxation, Doug realized that the only way to save them was to pass through the room filled with sentry turrets to use the vault controls. He had relied on his companion cube throughout most of his imprisonment to guide him and help him survive. So, he asked his cube if it would be best to jump left or right to avoid the bullets of the turrets. But the cube did not respond. As he felt he was running out of time, Doug just ran for it and hoped for the best. The issue was that Aperture had designed one of the best sentry turrets on the planet, and he was unable to outrun them, where he was shot in his right leg. As the blood poured out of him, he felt weaker and weaker until he fell unconscious.
How about this?
Shortly after, Doug woke up and was greeted by his companion cube. His medication had worn off. At least now, he had a companion again that could help him with what to do next. And in this state, Doug could no longer rescue Chell. The companion cube suggested that although he could not reach her, he could still save her life by patching her cryo unit into the reserve power grid. In doing so, she would live but remain in extended relaxation without a wake-up date. Here, he had to decide whether she had the long sleep or the long sleep, death or stasis. Doug eventually decided to reactivate her life support, and he hoped that maybe
Damn bros,
she would
I don't
be
know.
discovered
I don't know what I'm
sometime
doing.
in the future.
I need to make the
With Chell safe and
biomass,
life support,
whatever.
Doug felt incredibly tired as a result of his injuries, and so he crawled into another cryo unit and went to sleep with his faithful companion
Fazer aqui biomass.
at his side.
Power.
Doug had
Biomass
sacrificed
burner.
himself for Chell in the hopes she would wake one day, and as of now,
Okay,
it
o
is
meu biomass,
ultimately unknown what happened
burner.
to Doug Ratman after this point. With GLaDOS gone and every human either unconscious or dead, the
Eu não devo ter
person
game nenhum, ou
restored
tenho?
Aperture
Vou não. Faz bom, vou não.
and got to work to keep their facility
Ah, esta powerline não é para ligar aqui, é para ligar...
outside of Aperture. The Combine continued with their adaptation.
Oh shit,
of the
se eu escolher
planet with
powerline,
new
ele
strongholds
cria uma
and
se não tiver.
settlements. Within City
That's pretty
17,
clever
they decided
by the
that
game
this would be the
devs.
perfect place to construct
Hey,
their
nice
main
devs.
headquarters on Earth, where the construction
Ok,
of the
don't you
Citadel
know,
began.
pump it up.
As
Estou a
the
começar a dar
Citadel
pump it up,
grew
meu.
over
Aqui há...
time, humanity adjusted to this new way of life under the constant control and surveillance of the Combine Empire. Here, more of the human population joined the civil
Ok, estou a
protection
começar a ficar
in an
hype.
attempt to get a more comfortable life.
Sabes porquê?
But there were still others that had not accepted this new regime. In the shadows, the resistance
shadow.
grew under the leadership of Eli Vance. Since his escape
Holy
of
shit,
Black Mesa
am I gonna
and
start
the
having water?
subsequent 7-hour war, Eli had lost his
I don't think
lower
it's
leg
happening
and
yet.
replaced it with a prosthetic one. Although he never stated how this happened, there were rumors that he had been attacked by a bull squid as he helped Isaac Kleiner climb over a barricade into City 17, which had resulted
Estou a gostar, sim.
in the loss
Como é que eu
of
sei?
his leg.
Como é que eu
Within
controlo,
City
ou como é que eu
17,
percebo isto?
the resistance formed a strong
tenho água, se não
framework
tenho
to
água.
recruit, grow, and help those in need. Shortly after,
Extracting.
Eli moved out into the canals of the city with his
Low
young
rate.
daughter, Alex, and set up Black Mesa East, a resistance base. This was the perfect location as he
Current
was
amount
close enough to visit
in
the
extractor.
city, but also just far enough away to
Que o caso
evade
não
Combine
tenho... Mas que não está a sair a água?
Black Mesa East focused on technology and the development of new weapons and equipment. This was aided by resistance raids of Combine locations, where Eli and another member, Russell, broke
Is this like
into
not
these
working or
locations
something?
and stole Combine technology and designs. Within City 17, Isaac
Flush
Kleiner
mode.
set up his own base in an abandoned warehouse, where he attempted to focus on surveillance and infiltration of the Combine ranks. This is where Barney Calhoun came in useful, where he joined the Civil Protection as a spy and fed the Resistance information, such as upcoming Combine raids and captured Resistance members, just to name a few. As Eli,
I don't know
Isaac,
how
and Barney
water
settled
works.
into their bases, Arnie Magnusson made his way to the region now known as the Outlands, to an abandoned old Cold War base that the Black Mesa Corporation had purchased many years before, White Forest. Here, Arnie and his team began work on a rocket with a displacement beacon in it, which they planned to use when an
Be water, my friend.
began, and the Combine
Ay,
sent
ay, ay.
reinforcements. With the survivors of Black Mesa all working together, their resistance...
What if I build like a
strengthened
pipeline?
even more when Eli reached out and showed kindness to the waterborne species, who had been stranded on Earth after the Black Mesa incident. Through communication, Eli...
I really don't know what
they
I'm
had
doing.
only acted under the orders of the Nyland, and after its death at the hands of Gordon, they too only wanted freedom. They knew that they
What if
had
I build
originally
it?
been freed by Gordon Freeman, but the Combine had taken it away from them. So, across the wasteland, in resistance bases, the Vortigaunt joined humanity
Somewhere else.
and used their connection to the Vortessence to aid them. Over the years, the resistance continued
Over
to
the
grow with
years.
brighter minds, new bases across the wasteland, and they even adopted the sign of the Lambda, the symbol that Gordon Freeman had worn as he closed the rift between Earth and Zen and stopped the Resonance Cascade. The resistance was strong, and to help the people of City 17 escape the control of the Combine, Isaac and Eli set up an underground railroad that consisted of bases between Kleiner's Lab and Black Mesa East so that they could safely make their way out of the city. With each passing year, Alex grew up and formed a strong relationship with her father. Having mostly grown up in a resistance base with advanced technology, she quickly learned to understand how technology worked. This was only amplified when Eli built her a robot, Dog, to protect her from the dangers of the wasteland. And she adapted
I don't know what I'm
and
doing,
built upon
man.
him, where they grew up together. As more learned about the resistance, these refugees traveled the Underground Railroad and arrived in Black Mesa East. But it got to the point where this base struggled to house each incoming member. So, Eli decided to expand their hold of the region into the local, abandoned mining town of Ravenhill.
Do water do not work?
Within
Does
the
water
Citadel
not work?
City 17, Wallace Breen noticed the increase in resistance activity, and as he was tasked with keeping humanity in line, he addressed the population through Breencasts, but humanity only saw him as the man that had sold out his own species, a sentiment that Eli also held. He was the man that had pushed
He was
forward
the man.
experiment that had caused
Hey,
the
man.
Resonance Cascade in the first place, and if they had only ignored their administrator,
Agora, a minha questão é, como é que eu sei que a água está a vir para aqui?
Black Mesa, unaware of the Combine's existence.
The Columbine.
The Underground Railroad was a great way to relocate the refugees, but it did have its flaws.
Isto diz
It was
que tem
still
10,
open to Combine interference.
43, mas o
Eli
flow
and
rate
Isaac
é
believed
0.
that there must be a better way to transport these people between bases. So, as scientists that have worked with teleportation technology, they began to build a teleporter in each of their respective bases based on Black Mesa technology, where they plan to
Oh,
use
shit.
a relay device on Zen to act as a slingshot between Dr. Kleiner's lab and Black Mesa East. The problem was actually getting the teleporters to work correctly. In Black Mesa East, Dr. Judith Mossman joined Eli's science team and added her expertise to help in the development of the teleporters. As Alex got older, she helped too, and also traveled into City 17 to Dr. Kleiner's lab to check in on him and Barney. At one point, Judith and Wallace Breen made contact, where she became a spy for the Combine.
No
Wallace
connect.
discovered that although the Combine could jump from universe to universe, they had not yet discovered the technology that allowed them to jump from one point to another in a single universe. And
Vamos meter
this
pau
was the
aqui.
technology Black Mesa had looked into, and the technology that Isaac and Eli were working on right now. So, as a spy for the Combine, Judith took what she could from the Resistance's work on the teleporters and used it to help
Oh,
the
now there's
Combine
no power.
on their own. in Nova
Ah,
Prospekt.
always one
As a
problem.
result of continued resistance activity, the Combine discovered the resistance town of Ravenholm. Having experimented on headcrabs as biological weapons, they launched headcrab shells into the old
Isto parece que tem
town,
alguma
where
água, não é?
an infestation began. The attack on Ravenholm meant that Black Mesa East had to make a difficult decision. Enter the town and take out the headcrabs to save their own, or seal the tunnels to keep a still secret Black Mesa
I think I need
East
to pump it
hidden
up.
from the Combine, so that they could continue
wait.
their fight, where Eli decided to seal the tunnel, which left the resistance of Ravenholm on their own.
Are you listening to
Over
this?
time, Eli and Isaac continued their teleportation experiments, where at one point they attempted to teleport a cat.
I think I need to
Miners
pump it
Lab
up.
to Black Mesa East, but this experiment did not go as expected. As a result,
Isto agora está a ficar
Barney
cheio de
would have
água.
nightmares about what happened
Estou a
to
aprender,
the
pessoal.
cat for years. The resistance had come so far since the 7-hour war, and it only continued to grow. An uprising was coming. All they needed was a spark. Approximately 20 years after the Combine invasion, Gordon awoke in a void, where the G-Man spoke to him.
Okay.
It appeared that the job he had been hired for
I don't
was
know what
about
this
to
does,
start.
but I'm gonna try
He was
it.
told to rise and shine from his rest.
What if I do
that
this?
His hour had come.
And,
Then the G-Man disappeared, and Gordon found himself
what else? What else am I
somehow on a
supposed to do?
train entering a city.
What if I
Confused, he
do-
left the train and saw
if
the
I-
director,
what if I,
Black Mesa, on a large
I do this?
television screen, welcoming the occupants of
What if
his
I do
train
this?
to City 17.
Zumba.
To Gordon,
Zumba,
the
zumba,
moments between
zumba.
entering the green portal after his battle with the Nyland and his arrival on this train had
Would
felt
this
like
work?
seconds, when in reality it had been 2 decades. The G-Man had simply kept him in stasis and frozen his conscious thoughts. As he explored this train station, Gordon attempted to
Não sei.
enter a
Ou
gate
será que
to
isto tem que estar
Nova
em baixo?
Prospekt, but the gate closed and stopped his entry.
Tem que estar
To his
antes de...
luck, Barney Calhoun happened to be working civil protection that day and
Tem que estar aqui em
recognized his
baixo?
old friend, where he took him to his office. A lot had changed in
Tem que estar
20 years, and with Gordon
Tem que estar
still
no
very
início, não é?
confused, Barney began a video call with Dr. Kleiner, where they
Por exemplo,
arranged
se
to
fizer
get
isto.
Gordon to his lab. But when the civil
Isto é muito
protection
autista
officer
para mim, meu.
became
Oh, Ers, tens razão.
suspicious,
Pô,
it
uma
was
pessoa tem
taking so
que...
long in Barney's office, Gordon had to escape
Ah, isto agora está a
through the
começar a ter
window,
água.
where he began his journey there alone, on foot. On his way there, Gordon did not speak to anyone in an attempt
Tenho que
not
ligar
to
o
draw
wiki para perceber como é que
attention to
funciona a água.
himself, and headed through an apartment complex. Here, he saw just how terrifying
Eu acho que isto não está aqui a fazer
humanity
nada.
were of the Combine and the civil protection. Unfortunately, Gordon did bring attention to himself, where the civil protection chased him through the apartment complex. To his luck, the civilians here guided him to the rooftop out of their reach, where he traversed the rooftops and avoided the bullets of the civil protection who fired from below. To escape the civil protection,
Headley.
Gordon entered an open window, but was ambushed by more of them, who beat him with their stun sticks. Unknown to them, Alex Vance had travelled from Dr. Klein's
experimentar fazer uma
lab
coisa.
with the plan to retrieve Gordon, and she could fight, where she took out the civil protection units with ease.
Quer dizer, esta
After she
pipeline
introduced
junction...
herself, Alex brought Gordon to Kleiner's lab, where these 2 old friends reacquainted. Gordon had last seen this man when he had been asked to reach the surface to get help. During this reunion, Barney joined them as Isaac gave Gordon an upgraded version of his HEV suit, and here they thought about what would be best to do going forward. Gordon had arrived on a very important day. This was the day that Dr. Kleiner had finished the teleporter, and he believed it would work this time. So, after a conversation, Isaac called Eli in his lab, and together they decided it would be best if Gordon was teleported to Black Mesa East, where he could put on his lab coat and work alongside them. Gordon wore the sign of the resistance on his chest once more, and as a man that had survived against the odds, his return meant a lot to the resistance and their cause, which pushed them much closer to an uprising.
Does this mean that
As
now
Isaac
we have
prepared the
water?
teleporter, Alex was asked to go first, and after Gordon flipped the switch, she successfully teleported
So?
through to her father's lab. Next, it was Gordon's turn, but on his go, Dr. Klein's deep-beaked head
Can't afford?
jumped into the
Oh,
teleporter as it charged up.
Still
where
know
it
how water
malfunctioned.
works.
Over the next minute, the teleporter flung Gordon across the wasteland, and he saw just what the Combine had done to his planet. At one point, Gordon briefly found himself in the office of
I do
Wallace
have water.
at the top of the city.
I'm gonna destroy
who
this one.
recognized him instantly. Breen was somewhat aware of the G-Man and
So we had a
his
key.
mysterious motives,
Is that
and
analysis?
so, when Gordon disappeared,
Yeah.
he contacted the Combine to
Is that
let them know
analysis
that
disto?
something was off.
Eu tenho
To
água,
which the
exatamente.
Citadel was set to high alert, and many
Mas eu preciso fazer
units were sent
rotores.
out to track down and capture
Vou
Gordon.
fazer
Eventually, the teleportation sequence stabilized, and Gordon found himself just outside
So?
Dr. Kleiner's lab. Here, he once again had to begin
Max faz
journey
bros so
alone
hard.
on foot,
That's
this
festive.
time to Black Mesa East. And just before he embarked, Barney brought him a weapon he knew would come in handy on his journey.
need
a
screws.
crowbar. On his journey, Gordon took out many civil
Dus you
protection
wrote our
units
article.
as he ventured the underground railroad
Oh
and
shit,
the
that's
canals
kind
of
of
City
shitty.
17.
Okay.
Gordon left devastation in his wake as the
Wait, why am I
Combine
making
were never
rod?
too far behind him, where they discovered each resistance base on this network, which led to the collapse of the
A seguir,
underground
a seguir
railroad.
apetece-me jogar Haiku. Estou quase a fazer a água, a conseguir ter a minha coal cenas. Se terminar, podia jogar o Haiku. Eu gosto muito do Haiku. O Not, o Haiku Knight. O Hollow the Robot.
As Gordon and Eli reunited, Judith left to go into a back room and she alerted Wallace Breen that Gordon had arrived. Judith cared for Eli and the work they did
Bem,
together
depois tenho que
on
dar
teleportation,
energia a mim próprio,
and
não
as a
é?
result of these feelings, she asked Wallace
Depois vou fazer uma
not to
cena
attack
interessante,
until she gave the
que é
signal
aquilo
that
que está a
she
querer
could protect
fazer o...
Eli. But
gerar o
Wallace's
coal.
relationship with the Combine had strained due to Gordon's wake of destruction.
Eu quero alimentá-lo com a própria Coal Factory.
To let the Combine know that he was on top of
I don't know if
the
that's
situation.
interesting, but
So,
you know.
against the wishes of Judith,
How do I make another coal
Gordon
generator?
strike
Okay.
on Black
Que eu quero ter
Mesa
2 coal generators.
After a
Isso é
heated
verdade.
discussion between Alex and Judith, Eli suggested that Alex take Gordon into the scrapyard full of technology that
Look
the
like my-
Resistance had
my
sourced
left
from
nut?
their
Yeah.
raids of the wasteland and
Well,
the Combine
my life
facilities.
sucks because I look
And
like
here,
some
Alex
dude's
showed Gordon the gravity
nut.
gun, a powerful piece of technology designed by Eli, which also
How you doing,
held
man?
similarities
I hope you're
to
doing
a
well.
project Aperture had developed decades before.
Are you still getting in
Following
fights?
this, Alex introduced Gordon to Dog,
The left
who,
nut.
at this point,
Specifically the
was
left
much
nut.
larger than she was.
That's a
This had
special
been the
one.
most peaceful moment
Hey, I love
since
this game.
Gordon had arrived on the train to City 17. But
I don't know if
it did
love. I
not
think love is too
last for
strong.
long.
But,
As Breen's forces arrived at Black Mesa East, Gordon, Alex, and Dog
Now I get in
re-entered
fight
the base to help Eli.
every day.
But after
Really?
his ceiling collapse separated Gordon and Alex,
I hope you survive the
he
fight,
asked Dog
because
to take
if you do
Gordon
survive
to
the
old
fight, then
Ravenholm Tunnel, where
I'm
he
guessing
could
you're gonna
escape
have
the raid as she went
a
home
good
to
future,
pretend
I
to
guess.
help her dad. With
We're
trust
supposed to
in
stop
Alex,
getting
Gordon
into fights
followed Dog
eventually,
and
you know?
entered the eerie tunnel to Ravenholm as Dog dropped the
You start
barricade
boxing? Oh my god.
to help Alex.
Please do not.
Gordon was alone again. As he
Like, if
followed
you
the
hurt
tunnel
people,
and
do not
entered
hurt people
this
too
nightmare
badly.
town, Gordon
You're gonna feel
discovered
bad about
just
about
why
it.
Alex appeared to be afraid
You're gonna be
of
like,
this
maybe I'm
place.
an asshole.
Ravenholm was filled with the zombies and head crabs. These people had once
Oh.
fought for the resistance.
First a training,
and in
then a
return
trick.
had been
Oh my
left
god.
to die. On his way through this awful town, Gordon met Father
Gordon.
who, as a man of faith, guided Gordon past the dangers of Ravenholm to an exit. Although
Knocked
Grigori
out a
had
guy
the
on
option
training,
to leave with
not
Gordon
sparring.
through
He
the
wanted
mines
to start
below the
sparring.
graveyard, he decided to stay.
That's what he wants?
His mission was to take
Fell asleep like
as
20
many of
seconds
the
later.
Stalker's souls as he could,
Hey, if that's what he
so
wants,
that they could finally
that's fine.
rest
I
in peace.
guess.
After
Don't you
leaving
think?
the mines, Gordon continued on foot and arrived at Shorepoint's base. One of the many
Those boxing for a
resistance
year.
bases
Maybe he
across
hadn't
the
learned how
Westland.
to take punches.
Here, he received a
They
report
said
from
I'm a
Alex,
natural?
who
That's
told
cool.
him that Eli had been
I hope
captured
you
and
take advantage
taken
of it,
to
and
Nova
instead of
Prospect.
street fighting, maybe you could
So, with a plan to save Eli,
think
the
about
leader of
professional
the
boxing.
resistance, the resistance
That could be
members at
cool.
Shorepoint gave Gordon a scout car to continue on his journey across the wasteland to rescue him. On his path, Gordon met the people who risk their lives every day to fight for
That would be cool.
resistance. He met Colonel Odessa Cubbage at New Little Odessa, where he helped protect it against a Combine gunship. He attempted to save Laszlo, the greatest mind of his
You're gonna get me
generation,
registered.
from Xenian
That's cool.
Aslion,
See?
but he was unsuccessful.
Hey man,
And he
nice
met
to hear.
many Vortigauns, one of which introduced him to theropods. These allowed Gordon to manipulate pheromones,
Gordon.
which in turn gave him the ability
This
to
allowed
recognize
Gordon.
allies. And eventually, he arrived at
I think
Nova
my game
Prospect. Over in City
my game is a
17,
fuck right now.
the
Okay.
pressure on Wallace Breen increased
Do you have
after
space
every
for
failed
Pookie?
attempt to capture Gordon, where
No,
in
no, no, no,
turn,
no.
Breen turned to his Breencasts
Not
to
that
publicly
many
ridicule
poops.
the human arm of the Combine
Okay, I'm gonna
Empire
make
for
some
their failure to capture
biofuel.
one person, a scientist.
Uh,
With
Take
the
it?
help of the Antlions, Gordon successfully
Wait,
broke
I
into
could-
Nova Prospect and subsequently fought his way through the prison.
Can I make a
towards
coal generator already?
This was an addition.
I
that
can,
the
I can,
Combine
I
had
can,
built,
okay.
and it appeared
Can
that
I
they
make
still
a
had work to
pipeline
do
pump?
with the rest of the
Can,
prison.
but I do
In
need
this
these
part, the Combine
nuts.
stored their prisoners and advanced technologies.
Ow.
In the wasteland, humanity feared this place as this was where stalkers were made.
Next Serbian Mike Tyson.
Mutated humans
Um,
turned into
I'm very-
husks, and this
I'm very
was
happy
also
for you,
the
man.
place where the
That's
civil protection
fucking
were
cool.
biologically upgraded into
Good luck,
Combine
man.
elite soldiers.
Hey, keep me posted.
As he explored,
Like,
Gordon
hey, you know what?
and
I won my
Alex
first fight.
worked together,
And then
with
like,
all
hey, I won my
units
first
and
whatever.
guards in their
That would be
search
cool.
for Eli.
Keep me posted, man.
Battle after battle, the duo traveled deeper into the facility, and with Alex's ability to hack into Combine computers, they stumbled upon a conversation between Wallace Breen and Judith Osman. Judith appeared to be upset with Wallace
Make some more
that he
road
had
car.
gone back on a promise not to touch Eli, to which Wallace
I'm probably
responded
not
that Eli was
going to need
tempting a
another
prize to
water
simply
pump.
turn loose, especially as Gordon
Oh,
Freeman
I'm
had
on the
escaped.
verge of starting to
Alex's
use a
surprise and
new
anger,
power
Judith argued
sword.
that the Combine would have Freeman if Wallace had just waited for her sake.
Can I build stuff?
Wallace
No, I
was
cannot.
under a lot of pressure from the Combine to stop this outlier. And although Judith stated Eli needed to come around
need this
to
pump.
Breen's way of thinking without pressure, Wallace instead chalked this up to Judith having feelings for the resistance leader. As
I
the
mean,
call
I started
ended,
boxing with
Alex
like
and
boxing
Gordon
knowledge
headed
because I
further into
never
the depot to confront the spy.
because I never
where
street
they
fought like
eventually
Rita.
came face to face
I learned how to
with
box, so
in a fit of rage,
that's why I always
Alex
won
accused
street
her of
fights.
betraying the whole resistance as
And I always
brought
wanted
out
to be
her
the best
father.
in the
Although
world.
Judith had been caught,
Hey,
she
that's
still
cool.
denied the claim
So
that she
you're
had
actually
betrayed the
a fan of
resistance
boxing.
and
That's cool.
instead had only worked to protect Eli. In the next room, Alex discovered the teleporter built from Eli's stolen work. With her main mission to rescue her father, Alex ordered Judith to prepare the teleporter as
am
she
I,
contacted Isaac in his lab to get the coordinates on where
I need to be
be
careful.
sent. But Judith knew this equipment really well and distracted Alex with an error as she ran into
I need another
device where she
power pole.
teleported herself and Eli to the Citadel. Having failed their goal, Alex and Gordon fought off Combine units as they waited for the device to recharge. And as the teleporter hit full power, Alex and Gordon jumped in.
This water thing, this is complicated.
This teleporter,
but I think I'm gonna
was
finally
in development and unstable, and having been used
What are you
twice
doing?
in such a short
I'm gonna
period of time,
finally be able
it
to.
malfunctioned and exploded. This explosion had two major effects. The first, that most of, or all of, Nova Prospect was destroyed as a result, and the fall of a major Combine stronghold had signaled to the
Hey,
resistance
I want to make
that the
a
Combine
junction
were not
cross
as
here,
indestructible as they
because
had
I don't
once
think
thought,
that I
and
should
if
have only
stronghold
one
could go down,
factory,
then so
right?
could another. And the second, that Gordon and Alex had not arrived in Kleiner's lab as planned, and many believe them to have died in this explosion. Martyrs for their cause. Over the next week, an uprising began, where the resistance, led by Barney Calhoun, took to the streets to take back City
Do I have water?
17. Block by block, the resistance
I
liberated
do
the
have water.
streets, where the citizens
Yo.
joined them in their fight. Alongside this, the resistance also disabled the defenses that the Combine had put in place to
Is this gonna
keep out
start-
the hostile alien Xeni creatures from the
I have
wasteland,
power finally.
where head crabs and antlions flooded the city. As Isaac
Production
had done his
75.
lab in preparation to lead a war-torn City 17, he
Yo.
heard his teleporter
Yo.
activate in the back room.
This is
And
my
as he
first
opened the door with a shotgun
whatever,
in hand,
you know?
he was surprised
Cool.
to discover Gordon and Alex. They
Can I
were
make,
alive, and Isaac had a theory on what had happened. As the teleporter was unstable when they used it, and the fact that the Combine did not use a Xenian relay as a slingshot for the teleportation, the duo had been stuck in a slow teleport that to them had appeared like seconds, when in reality
Yo,
it had
congratulations
taken
for
a week.
me.
After Isaac filled in the duo
Or
on what had
two.
occurred over the last week, Barney sent through a transmission
Congratulations
and
to
asked for
me?
help as he was under heavy fire. So, Gordon and Dog left to join the fight, as Alex stayed behind to help Dr. Kleiner out of City 17, which she did, and after doing so, she also joined the fight.
This was a bad build.
On his path through a war-torn City 17, Gordon fought alongside the resistance as a leader on his way to Barney, but Alex was captured by Combine forces during this push. Eventually, Gordon reached and rescued Barney from Combine snipers, and together they led the resistance to the Overwatch Nexus. Here, they not only took over this once feared building, but they also deactivated the suppression field that the Combine had used to stop the reproduction of humanity. As the resistance marched forward, they came upon the foot of the Citadel, where Dog pulled up a part of a Combine barricade to reveal a tunnel that led directly inside the Citadel. Barney and
7 days a week,
had
exactly.
control
I didn't
of
go
this
training
region.
in like
Now, it was up to Gordon to do his
in
part.
like days.
So, as Gordon dropped into the tunnel to rescue
I wanna-
his friends, Barney shouted down a message to give to Wallace Breen. Upon his arrival in the Citadel, Gordon entered a confiscation field which took away all of his weaponry, but it had a different effect on the gravity gun, where it supercharged the device and turned it into a weapon itself. Here, Gordon fought past Overwatch Elite, but was ultimately captured and taken to Dr. Breen's office. In his office, Breen felt immense pressure. His control of the population of City 17 had gone, and he was desperate to regain it. He needed their submission so that his relationship with the Combine would continue. And so, with Eli in his grasp, he ordered the resistance leader to tell them to back down. But Eli hated Wallace and the Combine agenda, and refused. As Gordon was pulled into the office, Wallace gloated that he had
The
received
office?
and once again demanded that the leaders of this resistance put a stop to the uprising, and once again, Eli refused and Gordon stayed silent, where, eventually, Breen brought out a trick up his sleeve, Alex. Although Eli loved his daughter, she too was as stubborn as he was, and together, the three resistance
Do I
leaders
have,
refused to do anything Wallace ordered, to the point where Wallace threatened to send Eli and Alex to the Combine overworld as they were of no use to him. Silently, Judith contemplated her role in this whole situation.
I need a
She had a strong
murder.
relationship with Eli and had been promised that no harm would come to him. But Wallace now appeared to be going back on
conveyor
him.
splitter.
As she
That's what I
decided
need.
her next move, Judith finally spoke up. She wanted Eli to be safe and argued that she needed him to complete their work on teleportation for the Combine, to which Wallace simply said that she was more than capable of finishing Eli's work herself. So, with Wallace having told her that Eli was set to suffer or die on the Combine overworld, she turned against him. Wallace asked Gordon to change the course of this uprising. He was the symbol and leader of this resistance, and as Wallace knew of the G-Man in some capacity, he spoke
Will
of
this
how
work?
Gordon had essentially acted as a puppet for the G-Man and his employers. Before Gordon could say anything,
This works?
Judith locked the doors of Wallace's office and freed Gordon from his containment pod. But unwilling to surrender himself, Wallace grabbed Gordon's gravity gun and
I have no
activated
connection
it,
because I
where
haven't.
The blast stunned everyone in the room as he escaped on an elevator. As Gordon, Alex, Eli, and Judith recovered, Wallace contacted his Combine overlords and asked for help.
So I want to make.
Here,
I
the
want to do
advisor
an
offered him
interesting
a
one.
host body on their overworld. In this moment, Wallace Breen had a choice: face the species he had betrayed, or become something.
I wanna
new
feed
on the
energy.
new world to survive. In
from
desperation,
here,
Wallace chose the
here.
host body, but his call with the advisor was cut short as Alex and Gordon came for him. So he fled again, this time to a teleporter that could
How do I
take
do
him
this?
to the Combine overworld. Down below, Judith, repentant for her actions during this war, helped Eli leave the Citadel, where they planned to travel to White Forest in the Outlands, the place Arnie Magnusson had set up many years before.
Can these guys
Preparation
fuel
for this very moment.
fuel
At
themselves?
the top of the Citadel, Alex and Gordon discovered the dark fusion reactor that powered this entire structure, and with knowledge of how to use Combine machinery, Alex waited in the control room as Gordon followed Wallace. As Wallace activated a portal to the Combine overworld, Gordon fought against Overwatch soldiers as he climbed to the top of this structure to stop Breen's ascension. Using his wit and gravity gun, Gordon Freeman fights spheres of dark energy at the reactor, where it was shut down. In this moment, a chain reaction occurred. The portal above the Citadel closed. Wallace fell to his death, and all of the Citadels across the planet were disabled. As a result of this, all access and communication to the Combine overworld was cut off from Earth. In this victory, Alex cheered for joy, but then the reactor exploded and a surge of energy came from it. As Gordon watched this burst of energy come towards himself and Alex, time stopped and the G-Man appeared once again. He told Gordon that he had done so much in his short time back. It appeared that Gordon had somehow done exactly what the G-Man had wanted him to do, and as he had completed his task, he was once again plucked out of reality. The G-Man explained that
Oh,
he
this
was
works.
impressed by his work, and he had received tempting offers for his services. This time, the G-Man did not give Gordon the illusion of choice, and instead placed him back in stasis, where he hoped to keep him for his next task. At the top of the Citadel, with the G-Man and Gordon gone, time started again, but before the wave of energy could hit Alex, it was stopped again. this time by Vortigaunts under the influence of antlion extract. This extract allowed them to amplify their abilities, and as some members of the Vortigaunt species had the power of foresight, they believed
This is interesting. I'm sorry, I'm distracted.
So, they too teleported into this region, grabbed Alex and placed her somewhere safe, away from the wave of energy at the top of the Citadel. Alex found herself at the base of the Citadel, pulled out of rubble by Dog and out of harm's way. As she looked around, she noticed Gordon was missing. Over the next few days, Alex wandered the region around the base of the Citadel with Dog as she searched for him, but he was not there. After their arrival in White Forest,
Wait, I wanna
Eli
do,
and Judith
this.
were reunited with Isaac and their old colleague Arnie
So?
Anderson, where he caught them up to speed. Their rocket was
Then,
almost
I won't-
complete,
I won't
and
need
they
this anymore.
believed that when the unstable Citadel inevitably fell,
Sorry, I'm gonna read.
then the Combine would find a way to
I strained my
combat
tendon
Earth
on
and
leg,
reclaim the planet.
not leg,
To stop this,
but like
Arnie
there
did
I can't
just two things.
really run and shit.
The
Oh, that
first,
sucks.
to complete
So,
the rocket,
don't go training for
which
like
would
10
become
days,
much
and if it's
faster
still
now
bad,
that
come
he had
back.
Eli and
Yeah,
Isaac.
don't do it.
And the second, the coordinates to the Combine overworld, which he believed
It's
was
way better if
somewhere
you
in
just
the
chill,
north.
and then you can
So,
go
as Eli
back to
and
it full
Isaac
force
got
when
to
when
work,
you're ready,
Judith
you know?
ventured to the north to discover them. With their enhanced abilities, the Vortigaunts broke into the G-Man Stasis prison, where he stored his recruits. They needed to find
I need
Gordon
to my
Freeman.
coal
The Vortigaunts
generation
had once only
or
known
whatever.
Gordon as the man with a crowbar who came at them down the steel corridors of Black Mesa, but now he was.
I need to make
free
another
man, the
factory
person that
like
would
this.
save them from the Combine.
I don't think this is
Eventually,
enough.
They found him and
How's the
he
water?
woke up.
50 out of
As they
50.
prepared to bring him back to Earth, they were interrupted by the G-Man, who had come to protect his charge. But as they had amplified their abilities, they were able to hold him off. This angered the G-Man as he
This is only like
appeared to have a
50
plan
or
for
whatever.
Gordon. However,
So that means-
the Vortigaunts were too powerful, so he left enraged with his plan for this scientist changed. In the
I
north,
can't
Judith
hold
and
any
her
more
team
factories, I
discovered
think.
something unexpected: the Borealis. This ship had disappeared from Aperture.
What does
decades
flushing
before
mean?
Under mysterious circumstances. Although Aperture had attempted to keep their project secret, the personnel of Black Mesa had still managed to access confidential information. Since its disappearance, the Borealis had become a legend. No one knew how the ship had disappeared. There were only rumors that it involved teleportation. So, when Judith discovered it, she recorded some footage and returned to her Arctic base. Here, she documented her findings and began a transmission to White Forest, where she embedded her files into the transmission. The problem was that the Combine had spotted her team during their expedition, attacked her base, and interrupted this transmission. Judith managed to flee this initial assault as the Combine took this transmission and uploaded it to their servers. On Earth, Gordon woke up and heard Alex's voice. The Vortigaunts had placed him somewhere that she would find him, and after Dog lifted up the debris on top of him, they were reunited.
I'm consuming 40.
Over the last few days, the city had fallen
Okay,
even
that's,
further as a result of the uprising,
completely
and
acceptable,
many had
I guess.
evacuated. As Gordon, Alex,
3
and
out of 4?
Dog began their
Cool.
journey to leave, they heard Eli over a communication station. Alex had attempted to reach White
Communication
Forest for hours,
station.
and they had finally initiated contact. Although Eli and Isaac were happy to hear that Alex had found Gordon and that he was still alive, they were upset to discover that she was still at the base of a highly unstable citadel. Isaac suggested
I'm
that
slowly
the
building
only
towards
way able to use
an
this
empire.
in time would be if we entered the citadel and stabilized the core. It would explode eventually, but this would give them and the remaining refugees in the city enough
I think I'm gonna
time
make
to
a
evacuate.
coal factory
With their mission
and
clear, Alex and
another
Gordon
place.
entered the structure and fought past the remaining Combine units inside.
So
Gordon
these,
wore
I think the
a
idea
suit
is that
protected
these
him
should be
against the
self-sufficient.
radiation
Like,
of the core, and so it was his job to stabilize.
I shouldn't
it
have to
as
think
Alex
about this
watched from an
place.
observation window and looked through the Combine systems. With the core stable for now, it was clear that the Combine had set the core to melt down, so that they could use the power from a dark energy flare to send off a data packet and request reinforcements from the Combine overworld. As Alex looked deeper into the Combine system, she also came across Judith's transmission with the embedded information that the Combine had stolen, in which Alex downloaded all of their data, Combine overworld coordinates included. Having done everything they could in the Citadel, Alex and Gordon boarded a Razor train out of the structure into City 17. And although this Razor train crashed, the duo made it to the tactical train station where Barney had charged himself with making sure that the remaining members of the Resistance and refugees
So,
boarded a train
my test
out
is,
of the city.
if I release
The
this from
problem
here,
was that the remaining Combine
should
units
still be
in the
working.
city also wanted to board the trains and kill the Resistance. With the help of Alex and Gordon, the
This should
refugees made it
still be
to the train
working,
safely,
right?
And having done his part, Barney decided to leave with them. As Barney boarded the train,
Yes,
Gordon and
it's
Alex
self-sufficient.
said their goodbyes as he left.
I'm gonna put it
After this
here
moment,
anyway,
it
you
is
know.
unknown what happened to Barney.
You know.
However, as he had shown similar survival qualities to Gordon, it is likely he got the refugees to safety. Gordon and Alex had done everything they could for the Resistance in City 17.
There's
and
another
it
call.
was their turn to leave, but they were ambushed by desperate Combine units and a Strider, where Gordon had no trouble using a rocket launcher to destroy it as Alex prepared the train. As the train left the city, the core of the Citadel collapsed and a dark energy flare destroyed the Dark Tower and the city around it. From the train, Alex and Gordon watched as the Combine Advisor pods launched out into the Outlands
What's this
to
rock?
safety. These creatures were the contacts Wallace Breen had with the Combine, and as far as he knew, they were the leaders. Although Alex and Gordon's train travelled at great speeds away from City 17, this burst of energy still caught up to them, and then everything went white. As Gordon woke up, he heard the strain of metal, and as he looked around, he saw that the train had just about survived the fall of the Citadel. Having survived another dangerous situation, Gordon made his way through the train to the ground, where he was relieved to find Alex also alive. Together, they started their journey towards White Forest. At one point, the duo looked out into the distance over the ruins of City 17, and right above it, they saw the formation of a super portal. This had now become a race against time, and they needed to get to White Forest with the data packet before this
I'm trying to
portal
think.
formed completely. However,
Very hard.
the Combine knew Alex had this data packet and began their own offensive strike to stop the duo from reaching the Resistance base. On their journey, Alex and Gordon reached a communication station and contacted White Forest. Here, they let Eli and Isaac know they had survived the blast and that they had a data packet downloaded from the Citadel with all the information the Resistance needed to move on with their plan with the rocket. Shortly after, the duo arrived at an old mine, and as Gordon looked for a way to open a gate to get inside, Alex was violently attacked and impaled by a Combine hunter as Gordon watched helplessly, trapped behind rubble. To their luck, they were close to a Resistance base occupied mostly by Vortigaunts, Victory Mine. One of the Vortigaunts there detected Alex was in trouble and came to save her, where it fought off the ant lions around her unconscious body. The Vortigaunts knew just how important Alex and Gordon were in this fight against the Combine. And after the Vortigaunts freed Gordon from the rubble, it picked up Alex. Together, they traveled to Victory Mine. Alex
he
was in
spear?
a critical state, but the Vortigaunts explained that they could heal her. All they needed was for Gordon to retrieve antlion extract so that they could amplify their abilities to save her. It just so happened that this base was situated on top of an antlion colony, and so Gordon and the Vortigaunts that had saved Alex traveled into this colony
have like a million coal.
The antlion extract. As Gordon and the Victory Mine Vortigaunts returned with the extract, the Vortigaunts here began their procedure on Alex. From a distance, the G-Man had watched the duo since they had both found themselves at the base of the Citadel, and with the Vortigaunts finally destroyed it, he froze
I'm addicted.
to have a heart
God
to
damn it.
heart with Gordon. He told the scientist that he had plucked Alex out of Black Mesa when she was a child, as he believed she would also be a great investment, even if his employees had not initially seen her value. As a sort of repayment for saving Gordon's life after the death of the Nyland, the G-Man asked Gordon to make sure that Alex arrived at White Forest safely. Then, before this mysterious entity said goodbye, he whispered a message for Alex to tell her father when she saw him next. Prepare for unforeseen consequences. A message only Eli would understand.
Wait, what?
Having said what he needed to say, the G-Man disappeared and allowed time to continue as normal. The Vortigaunts were completely unaware that the G-Man had taken advantage of this situation, but through power and concentration, they healed Alex's wound. With Alex healed, the duo left Victory Mine and continued on their journey to White Forest. On their path, they encountered a Combine advisor and discovered just how dangerous these creatures were.
Oh.
After they accidentally disturbed it, the advisor became hostile and showed off its telepathic
Data shows this is a mix of sulfide and sulfate minerals. It could be an indication of recent volcanic activity. A new research tree exploring volatile self-defense applications can now be accessed in the man.
Fortunately, a piece of the machinery malfunctioned and injured the creature, where it flew off to safety. Eventually, Alex and Gordon reached a valley leading to the base, but came upon one final hurdle, a Strider. This valley was fully occupied by the Resistance, so when the Strider prepared to attack, Dog jumped from a cliff and ripped out its brain. Following this, Gordon and Alex raced Dog through the valley to White Forest, where, depending on who tells this story, the answer on who won will always be different. The arrival of Gordon and Alex boosted the spirits of the Resistance members of White Forest. Most importantly, Alex was reunited with her father, where he mentioned that as the Combine suppression field had gone down, maybe she and Gordon could give him some grandkids. Shortly after, the group got together and discussed the plan going forward. As they spoke, Lamar entered the rocket in secret. Gordon also placed a note.
I have to make a portable miner. Two miners. That's illegal, I know.
Push for the Resistance. They just needed to complete the rocket. This was also the first time Gordon had seen Arnie Magnuson since the Resonance Cascade. But Arnie remembered Gordon for a different reason.
But I think it's really important that I have a lot of power.
Cascade, Arnie had prepared a casserole and placed it into the microwave in the kitchen. When he returned to collect it, he discovered the remnants of what his casserole had once been. Gordon was responsible for this. Arnie did not understand why Gordon had chosen to destroy his casserole that day, but he had held this grudge over all
MK2
years. Now, Gordon was the symbol of their revolution. So, if this man could help them launch the rocket, then just maybe he could forgive him. For the first time in decades, the Combine forces stranded on Earth found themselves in a desperate
You think that I should merge
situation.
the
They
lines?
had no contact with their overworld, and the Resistance had the ability to stop their reinforcements from coming through. They just had to stop the rockets from launching. Having fully prepared for this moment since they had arrived at White Forest, this
Merge.
base was prepared for any assault that the Combine threw at them in these desperate times. As an alarm went off, Arnie sent Gordon to deal with it as the other scientists continued their work. Here,
It's cheaper to
Gordon,
merge.
with the help of the other Resistance members, fought off a Combine strike. Safe for now, Gordon entered a control room and watched as Dr. Kleiner explored the information from the data packet Alex had stolen from the Combine.
Wait, why am I
where
picking up
they
leaves?
extracted the Combine overworld coordinates, learned of Judith's attack,
I shouldn't merge.
and
Look
her
at this.
discovery of the Borealis. The discovery of this ship and attack on Judith instantly upset Eli. He argued that
Yeah, I
the
shouldn't
potential
merge.
technology on the Borealis, if used, could lead to another Black Mesa incident. He felt partially responsible for the Resnas cascade, as he had not stopped the experiment when he had been told to prepare for unforeseen consequences. He did not stop that, but he could stop this, where he argued that nobody should have that sort of power. On the other hand, Isaac argued that the technology on the ship could help the Resistance and their goal to remove the Combine from the planet. Following this heated discussion, Eli decided that he would go after Judith and save her himself, where he would destroy the Borealis too. But as a leader of the Resistance, Alex argued that if the Combine were to get their hands on him, they could use their advanced technology to acquire Resistance secrets from his brain. With all hands
Secrets.
on deck, Dr. Magnuson called
I think I
for
should have,
Isaac to continue his
two
work on the rocket, while
full
Eli
generators
attempted
here.
to calm down. However, in this moment, Alex felt the urge to reiterate the words that the G-Man had said to her when she was unconscious. Prepare for unforeseen consequences. Eli knew exactly who Alex had heard these words from, and linked this warning to the new discovery of the Borealis. As Combine Striders entered the grounds and made their final push to destroy
I'm gonna
the
think
rocket silo, Arnie
for a sec.
introduced Gordon to a new weapon he had worked on, the Magnuson device, named after himself.
This is consuming
This
money?
device was designed to be launched at Striders, and upon contact, stuck to them. These were also highly volatile, as one bullet destroyed everything in the range of the device. With his gravity gun in hand, Gordon left the hangar, and with the help of every Resistance member, they fought with and defeated this final assault on White Forest, as the scientists inside continued their work on
Oh, this is
the
5.
rocket. With word that the
I think
rocket
5
had
is
been
okay.
completed during this battle, and with the Striders dead, Gordon and Alex made their way to the rocket's control room. Here, Alex, Isaac, Eli, Gordon and Arnie prepared to launch the rocket. In these last minutes, Isaac noticed an 8.5-pound anomaly in the rocket. Unknown to him, this was Lamar, but they decided that
Lamar.
the rocket was still okay to launch, where Isaac volunteered Gordon to hit the button. As this scientist hit the button, the countdown began. This rocket, if successful, would change everything. The Resistance had all their hopes on this. So, as it launched, Alex, Eli, and Gordon headed outside to get a better view of the impact, as Isaac and Arnie stayed inside to make sure that the resonator was activated when the rocket got close enough to the portal. On his way outside, Gordon was stopped by Eli. Eli told him that he was very proud of him and that he could not have been prouder even if he was his own son. He also mentioned to Gordon that he knew of who had told Alex about unforeseen consequences, and they would have a conversation about this mysterious entity in the future. Following this heartwarming moment, Gordon and Eli joined Alex and Dog as the rocket hit the super portal, where it successfully stopped its formation and cut off the Combine's attempts to reconnect to...
I'm gonna need a lot of stuff.
This was a great victory for the Resistance, but there is still work to do. Prepare to head off straight away to find Judith and the Borealis. They entered the hangar of an old helicopter Alex had fixed up that she and Gordon planned to use to travel, and Eli joined them. Just outside of the hangar, two Combine advisors waited for an opportunity to strike back at these key members of the Resistance, and as the trio traveled into the lower parts of the hangar, the advisors broke through the window in a last-ditch attempt to stop them. Here, they used their telekinetic abilities and pinned Alex and Gordon to a wall as Eli attempted to fight them off with a metal pipe. But the advisors were too powerful for him, where one lifted him up. In this moment, Eli told Alex that he loved her as the advisor impaled the back of his head. He died upon impact. As the advisors prepared to take Alex next, Dog crashed through the ceiling and fought off these creatures, but the damage had already been done. Eli was dead, and as Gordon fell to the floor, he watched as Alex cried over her father's body. This is where Breen Grub and Epistle 3 take place, if you consider them canon. I have pinned the videos above and linked them in the description. The G-Man was disappointed with Gordon as a recruit, and as he watched from a distance, he had an idea on how he could hire Alex.
Então, vou saber tudo sobre... Estou a fazer Call Energy, já comecei. Yeah, fuck yeah! E acho que vou alimentar tudo. Espetáculo, self-sufficient. Awesome. E, em segundo lugar, vamos saber tudo sobre o Half-Life, mano. Tudo, tudo. No stone unturned.
In this rare occasion, they brought him one of their most advanced pieces of technology, the Vault, to capture him. Here, he and the apartment building were trapped inside. This moment began the adjustment of the timeline. With this victory, the Combine kept the Vault in a place above the
Eu acho que isto já está self-sufficient.
City 17 and reported the use of the Vault on their internal network. On a raid of a Combine region, Eli Vance and another Resistance member, Russell, looked for equipment, supplies, and information to help them with their cause. During this raid, Russell accessed a Combine system and discovered information on something called the Vault. But the information here was very limited on what this actually was. However, the access of this file alerted the Combine of their location, where, subsequently, Combine units were sent to capture them. This was the moment the G-Man had planned for. Eli was later captured by Combine units, and Alex did what she could to rescue him.
How is this consuming?
Getting arrested herself. Luckily, Russell was able to break her out of Combine custody, where the two worked together to free Eli. Through her journey of the quarantine zone, a Xenian-infested area of City 17, Alex used the Russells, also known as gravity gloves, and the weapon she came across to reach her father. Alex also met a Vortigaunt, Gary, who had suffered brain damage and somehow had a link to a big future event in Alex's life, Eli's death. But Alex thought nothing of this just yet, and eventually she derailed a razor train and rescued her father. Free from Combine capture, Eli and Russell looked further into the plans that they had stolen from the Combine system on the Vault, where they theorized that it could be some sort of superweapon. Here, Eli sent Alex to investigate further as the words of Gary rang in her head, "Follow the Northern Star." As she
Let me see
evaded
if this
Combine
makes sense.
forces, Alex looked out of a window and saw the vault for the first time. A giant floating ship in the middle of the quarantine zone, connected to several wires across the city. Alex later discovered a substation of the vault connected to an abandoned hotel. This hotel also happened to be called the Northern Star. So, following Gary's words, she entered the hotel, fought through the Xenian infestation within, and reached the substation.
What?
Here, she made a disturbing discovery.
Ok, o que eu tenho que fazer é outra
This
coisa.
station was powered by a Vortigaunt trapped inside of it, where their natural vortescence energy was absorbed and sent to the vault. On her path, Alex discovered
Tem que
more
fazer rotor,
substations
tem que
and
fazer
rescued the Vortigaunt trapped within them.
cruise.
As she reached a zoo infested by antlions,
Como é que andas, meu? Como é que foi a ideia? Foi na FNAC?
about the vault.
Nhacas?
He and Russell believed it was not actually a super weapon, but a
Deve-me
prison,
comer uns cheetos
and
palitos, meu.
whatever the Combine had
E beber uma
trapped in
Coca-Cola,
there
mas
was very
é melhor não beber
dangerous
Coca-Cola a
to
partir de agora.
their cause. As she continued on, Alex overheard a conversation between a Combine scientist and an advisor where they discussed who was in the vault. Someone who had survived the Black Mesa incident and disappeared shortly after. Instantly, Eli and Russell believed this to be Gordon Freeman, the hero of Black Mesa. If they could rescue him,
hero.
then this would be a huge win for the Resistance. So, Alex ventured on
Muito
to
cansado.
do this. Eventually, all of the Vortigauns in the substations were freed, which left the
A Maria
vault
disse-me,
without
Deus Nosso
power.
Senhor, não sei porquê.
However, a backup generator kicked in and kept the prison in the sky. In response to this, Alex made her way to the vault's dock and attempted to bring it in manually, but instead, the vault crashed into the ground. As Alex entered the vault, she fought her way to the core and discovered a man frozen in time, held by the Vortigaunt energy the Combine had stolen from its prisoners. Still under the impression that this was Gordon Freeman, Alex used her gravity gloves to manipulate the vortescence energy around her and shattered his cage. Here, the G-Man was free, and he was finally face to face with his potential new hire. She had passed his test, and he had an offer she could not refuse. The G-Man offered Alex a nudge as a reward for his freedom, in which she responded that she wanted the Combine to be removed from Earth, but that was too much of a nudge. He then played his hand and offered her something she did not yet know she wanted, and here he showed her the death of her father.
Oh no.
The G-Man let her know she could
Kojima?
choose this, and as she looked
Como dia 24 é sábado, já vai haver muita gente que vai estar fora neste fim de semana.
where she struck out and sent a
Fora de
wave
quê?
of energy through space and time
Do
at
trabalho?
the Combine advisor just before it killed her father. She had acted
Eu não-
exactly how the
o que é que isso quer
G-Man
dizer?
believed she would, and had passed his test, just like Gordon and Adrian had back at Black Mesa. Here, he told Alex that he had another employee, but he was unwilling or unable to perform how he had expected, where the G-Man showed Gordon, who had disappointed him as a result of the Vortigaunt's interference and his actions. With Alex in his grasp, he took her from the moment just after her father had survived and placed her in stasis as a new recruit. With his plan
Quanto é que eu posso
successful, he
fazer?
returned back to the present day and
21
watched the
segundos.
aftermath of his actions, where Eli instantly knew that the G-Man had had a hand in his daughter's sudden disappearance. So, Eli Vance handed a crowbar to Gordon Freeman, where he said that they had work to do. After this point, the fate of Gordon, Eli, Dog, Isaac, Arnie, Judith, Lamar, the Gnome,
Reinforced
the rest of
blades
the
não chegam.
Resistance, the Combine, the G-Man and his employers is unknown. Many years in the future,
Portanto veio tudo agora.
While others believe it was closer to 50.
Ah, sim, claro.
Deep underground in Upper Michigan, the Aperture Science Facility continued to function. The Combine still had not been able to access this facility, even in GLaDOS's absence, and as so, everything
Tem que arranjar uma boa prenda.
continued to operate. Aperture planned ahead for the future and had installed an emergency test protocol that oversaw test chambers in a time of cataclysmic system failure, where the autonomous robots were able to function on a mere 1.1 volts. As time had passed, nature had reclaimed parts of the facility, and the enrichment center decayed without maintenance from Aperture personnel. However, some of these robots were sentient and sought to find out what planet Earth was like outside of the walls of Aperture, where a personality
Está-me a dar vontade de jogar Portal, mas eu não tenho Portal. Como é que é possível não ter o Portal, tendo em conta que aquilo está 50 cent tantas vezes? Ainda no outro dia teve.
Chell was confused on how she had ended up here. The last thing she remembered was her fight with GLaDOS, and then a bright light. However, after Wheatley explained that some time had passed, and he knew of an escape route out of Aperture, Chell followed him. To escape the facility, Wheatley led Chell to the central AI chamber, where GLaDOS had once controlled and dominated Aperture. Here, they discovered her remains. It is unknown how her robotic body ended up back in Aperture, or how its design changed, but some theorize that the autonomous robots of the facility built her a new body in preparation to install her with a backup version. But no one came to do this, so her body, just like the rest of Aperture, was claimed by nature. Wheatley explained that all they needed to do was access the main breaker room to call an elevator to the surface, and they had to make sure that they did not accidentally activate GLaDOS in the process. As they entered the breaker room, Wheatley somehow managed to activate every switch, and as a result, he reactivated GLaDOS too. Since her death, GLaDOS's consciousness had replayed the last 2 minutes before her destruction on loop, constantly over all of these years as a result of a quick save feature in her system. And the first thing she saw upon reactivation was Chell, the person that had murdered her. As a result,
Nunca tinha visto o modelo da Chell.
GLaDOS placed Chell back into a
Gajo joga isto em first person, não é?
Wheatley's call. Back in the same situation she had been in many years before, Chell worked through Aperture's test chambers as GLaDOS repaired the Aperture facility. Alongside this, GLaDOS also began development on 2 testing robots, Atlas and Peabody, where she planned to murder Chell when they were complete. However, Chell's incarceration did not
Wait,
last
hold on,
long,
não tenho iron
as
plates
Wheatley
suficientes.
managed to salvage parts from spare cores in the facility to repair himself, and then he broke Chell out of the testing track. Within the maintenance areas, GLaDOS attempted to get back her rogue test subject, but Wheatley knew the maintenance areas extremely
Portal é
well,
base.
as he had
Sei qual é a
worked here,
cena.
and he had a
Quanto tempo é que eu vou
plan to
ficar
take
a
down
fazer?
GLaDOS. First, he knew of GLaDOS's main forms of attack, turrets and neurotoxin. So, he led Chell to the turret manufacturing plant and instructed her to manipulate the production line. On this line, the completed turrets were scanned against a template to see if they were fit for use or defective. So, Chell adjusted this template and set the parameters to allow only the defective turrets to continue onto distribution, as the perfect working turret was sent to an incinerator. With GLaDOS's new turrets now unusable, Wheatley led Chell to the neurotoxin chamber, where Chell used lasers to disable the robot's access to the substance. And here, with GLaDOS's defenses out of use, Chell returned to her central AI chamber. After a brief confrontation, GLaDOS realized what Chell and Wheatley had done, and are now defenseless against them. Chell initiated the core transfer process of the facility, where they swapped out GLaDOS's core with Wheatley's.
I don't know
This
if
meant
I
that
already know.
Wheatley was now in charge of Aperture, where he called for an elevator.
Where am I?
so
Oh,
that
okay.
he
I can
and
make
Chell could leave.
I can make
But
it a.
this newfound power
can make it a
appeared to
bacon.
have a negative effect on him, and instead he got mad and placed GLaDOS's core into
Oh, this is
a
shit
potato
for me.
battery. In a growing rage, he accused Chell of bossing him around and working with GLaDOS, while Potato Battery GLaDOS realized that Wheatley was the core that had been attached to her
I need
and
Iron
given
Blade.
her a constant stream of stupid thoughts. As he got angrier, he smashed at the elevator with a robotic arm, where it plummeted deep into the forgotten parts of Aperture. As Chell woke up, she saw a bird fly away with the Potato Battery GLaDOS.
Is this
potatoes,
burning?
And with her portal gun, Chell ventured
Eu acho que
into the
169 nunca vão
enrichment
ter.
spheres of Aperture to find her, where, upon discovery, she formed a more positive relationship as they attempted to climb up towards the surface. On this journey, the pre-recorded messages Cave had made were played out into the spheres, where Carolyn even made an appearance, in which GLaDOS recognized the voice as her own, a sort of conscience. And as time passed, GLaDOS appeared to unlock some semblance of the person she had once been before she was uploaded to a machine, and this appeared to soften her harsh personality. Eventually, Chell and GLaDOS arrived back at the enrichment center. At this point, they discovered Wheatley had an urge to test. This impulse was a side effect of being connected to the central AI system. If a test subject completed a chamber, then the robot was rewarded with a good feeling. But if they went too long without a test being completed, then they would get an itch to test. Wheatley had attempted to get around this with a new creation, the Frankenturret, but they were unable to complete a test chamber. So, when Chell arrived back at the enrichment center, he put her back into a testing track. Since Wheatley had taken over the facility, he had neglected to care for it, where its nuclear reactor began to melt down. As he did not know what the issue was or how to fix it, he just turned off the alarms and hoped the problem would go away. In this new era of Aperture, Wheatley renamed the facility to Wheatley Laboratories, and as Chell tested for him, he sought out
Eu nunca
other
joguei isto em third
options
person.
to fulfill his testing needs. He knew how problematic Chell was, and then he discovered Atlas and Peabody. With robots ready to take her place, Wheatley attempted to kill Chell, but as another person in this universe that had the extraordinary ability to survive impossible situations, she escaped and instead made her way to his lair. On her way there, Wheatley watched back the battle between Chell and GLaDOS, where he adjusted his lair to make it Chell-proof. However, Chell had a secret weapon, GLaDOS, where she suggested they attach corrupted cores to Wheatley's body to trigger a core transfer. As Wheatley gloated and threw bombs at Chell, she used these to break open a pipe of conversion gel, which, upon touching the floor tiles and walls, made these surfaces portalable. Here, GLaDOS brought in the corrupted cores as Chell placed them on Wheatley. After Chell managed to connect cores to Wheatley, the system detected that he was corrupted and a core transfer was triggered. Surprisingly, Wheatley had planned for this event and placed bombs around the button Chell needed to press to initiate the core transfer, and as she attempted to hit the switch, the bombs exploded and knocked her back. Dazed and confused, Chell looked around and saw just how close the Aperture Science Facility was to meltdown as a result of Wheatley's neglect, and above she saw the sky. Here, Chell fired a portal at the moon, which connected to her other portal beneath Wheatley. Instantly, Wheatley and Chell were pulled through the portal to the moon, and in this chaotic moment, GLaDOS was able to reattach herself to the central AI chamber and pull Chell back as Wheatley drifted off into space. With full control of her facility once again, and with 2 robots to test for her, GLaDOS allowed Chell to leave. It appeared that GLaDOS, in a way, cared about Chell as a result of Carolyn's influence. So, as Chell rode the elevator up, GLaDOS discovered the location of Carolyn in her files and claimed to delete her. Whether she did or not is unknown, but she explained that Carolyn was her newfound conscience and she did not want it. As Chell rode the elevator up to the surface, she was greeted by a turret orchestra, a grand send-off for her time in Aperture, and eventually, the elevator stopped and Chell stepped out into an endless field of grey. And behind her, a partially burned companion cube was thrown out. This was the cube Chell had been asked to incinerate way back in Test Chamber 17, but it appeared that GLaDOS had kept hold of it. Chell was finally free. The problem was that she had no idea what had happened to her planet in her absence as she ventured into the unknown with her companion cube. An untold number of years had passed during her long sleep in the extended relaxation vault, and it is unknown if the Resistance succeeded against the Combine, or if they still occupy the planet in some way.
Regardless, concrete.
The fate of Chell and her story is unknown after this point. Underground, GLaDOS was free of Chell, and she now had her own robots to test for her. As Atlas and Peabody completed her newly constructed test chambers, she missed the fear that the human test subjects displayed. These robots could simply be put back together upon their demise in comparison to the humans who would stay dead, and aware that some areas of Aperture were still out of her control. GLaDOS used her robots to acquire discs to access them in the hopes she could discover new human test subjects. After the retrieval and installation of these discs, GLaDOS discovered the human vault, the vault that the scientists had taken refuge inside during her assault on the facility.
I'm gonna need
Here,
another
sent
extractor.
Atlas and Peabody to access it. Upon their arrival at the vault, these robots interacted with one another in what the scanner perceived to be human, and the door unlocked, where GLaDOS and the robots discovered thousands of human test subjects in stasis. With these, GLaDOS no longer needed Atlas and Peabody, so she set them to self-destruct, and this time did not rebuild them. Over the next week, GLaDOS subjected her new human test subjects to her chambers. However, within just 1 week, she attempted to turn them into killing machines, but they all perished in her tests. Although GLaDOS preferred human test subjects due to their ability to display true fear and their limited mortality, when they did die, they were gone forever. And subsequently, as the final human test subject died, GLaDOS resorted back to Atlas and Peabody. In their reconfiguration chamber, Atlas and Peabody re-entered the testing hub. Here, GLaDOS told them that they had been out of commission for 100,000 years, and the humans were still all fine, but she later confessed that the humans had only lasted a mere week. For GLaDOS to lie to her robots, it would suggest that she felt a sense of guilt that she had lied, and for her failure to keep them alive. This further suggested that Carolyn may still have lingered somewhere in GLaDOS's memory banks. As she set her robots to test, GLaDOS detected something override her control of Aperture. To figure out what this was, she sent Atlas and Peabody to investigate. On their way, they used the skills they had learned throughout the test chambers and arrived at a control room outside of the standard testing region. As they entered, they discovered a bird's nest set up within an old chassis of GLaDOS. The bird had created a home here and laid eggs, having formed a phobia of birds after she had been kidnapped by one. GLaDOS asked Atlas and Peabody to escape before it attacked them, but Atlas was brave and opened a hatch for it to fly away. And here, GLaDOS regained full control of her facility. Although the bird had fled, it had left eggs in the nest, in which GLaDOS took them for herself, with the plan to raise them as her own little killing machines. This is the last known moment in this long, complicated timeline. But in other universes, events occurred differently. The multiverse is an infinitely big place, and in other versions of Earth, Aperture acted differently.
Damn.
In one, Cave Johnson successfully transferred
Tem que jogar o Haiku.
into a machine.
Olef, estás aí?
Due to
Tem andado a jogar um
complications,
jogo chamado
his fate
Haiku,
left
comecei
him
hoje,
trapped as a
do Robot.
giant head
É
without
pretty cool.
help. In another, Cave
Eu estava a pensar em
Johnson
fazer isso, só que depois fiquei viciado nesta merda.
science facilities across the
Tenho que fazer mais
multiverse,
metal.
building test chambers for him, where he was able to save enough money to keep his Aperture functioning the way he wanted. And in one more of an infinite number of possibilities, Cave Johnson became rich enough to purchase Black Mesa, and as the owner, he renamed the facility to Blaperture Mesa and put a stop to the study of anomalous materials, completely aware of the possibility
Wow.
of a resonance cascade. In this universe, the people of Earth lived on, unaware of the existence of the Combine or their brutal reign. In the multiverse, anything is possible, too many to mention. But in our timeline, the population only suffered due to the decisions of a few. Here, our timeline ends, and now all we can do is wait for it to continue.
Damn. Acho que vi as 2 horas todas.
I knew this video would be long, but I did not anticipate it would be this long. I guess covering more than 11 pieces of media in one video does that. I have done my best to piece this timeline together in the right order.
Good job.
But as we all know, Valve are pretty consistent when it comes to avoiding using dates. So after a ton of research, I believe this is the right order. It makes sense and events don't contradict each other. It was tough, but I'm happy with it. I have only used canon games in this timeline, so this is Valve's timeline of the events of Half-Life and Portal. I'm still surprised that some people did not know that Half-Life and Portal were connected, which is part of the reason why I made this video. Although
Ui.
Portal stories meld,
Então a coisa não canta sobre Black Mesa?
Claro. Add additional valuable lore to the world. They were not made by or commissioned by Valve. I did use Black Mesa to show the events of Half-Life, but I made sure to use only canon-friendly footage. Now, some of my older viewers will know that I created a Portal timeline and a Half-Life timeline a while ago. They were made when I was just starting out on YouTube, and looking back, all I can see are the issues in the videos. The frame rate is off, the audio sometimes clips above my voice, and the scripting isn't as strong as I believe it is now. Also, since then, Half-Life Alyx was released, and I didn't really give a lot of information about Blue Shift, Opposing Force, or Decay. It also wasn't a combined timeline. They were separate. I really wanted to challenge myself with this and combine every story into one chronological timeline, which is why it's this long. I also want to give a huge thank you to Mr. Floyd, who went out of his way to get me access to maps from Half-Life Decay so that I could capture them on PC and in 4K. You all probably know who he is. He's recreating Half-Life Decay for PC as a solo experience, which he has called Half-Life Decay Solo Mission. I've linked the ModDB page down below for you guys to check out. There's even a demo out right now for it. He's a super nice guy, and thank you again for your help. If you have made it this far, thank you so much for watching. I do appreciate it. I think that was everything I wanted to say. Please share it, please like it, subscribe if you are interested in deeper dives into specific topics, which I also cover on the channel.
Fucking huge
And
entrepreneurship.
I would like to thank my gold tier patrons and channel members. Jonas, Lewis, Queen Arby, Fluffy the Dragon, Chicken Guy 791, Ruben Mendoza, Mosfalit, Montana Tusker, It's Sophie, and Laza Lowell. If you want to help support the channel, then there is a link in the description below to become a patron, where I do my best to post behind the scenes content, early access to videos, and many other great features. As always, thank you so much for the continued support. What did you think of this timeline? What is your favorite game in this series? And which game would you like me to cover in the next timeline? Let me know in the comments below.
Impressive.
This is where our story ends. Check back next week for a new one.
Cool. Now, how do you do... Ok. Para um water extractor, eu acho que é na boa. Eu acho que tem aqui o... Aqui. Ah, vou gastar demasiado disto. Vou precisar fazer mais metal plating. Iron plating, whatever. O que eu posso fazer? O que está a dizer? Isto tem. I'm making iron, right? I hope I'm making iron plate. Será que isto vai ser tipo toda a energia que eu precisar? É. Porque eu estou a exagerar. Maybe? I don't know. Eu tenho 6. Enquanto isto faz, acho que vou começar a construir aqui umas coisas. Vou construir outra desta. Será que uma chega para isto? Não deve chegar. Por que eu só tenho que ter mais? No, it's not you. O que é que me falta? Oh, Rotor. This needs power. Quanto power é que isto é? Posso esquecer de dizer rotor. Mas é que eu não posso esquecer. Ter energia. Consigo fazer um energia maker. Pedem. Não. Não precisa de energia para já. Ui! Splash-me. I'm gonna need lots of these, right? I don't even know. Onze horas, está na hora do Haiku do Robot, acho que. Preciso de 20 disto, não sei o quê. Oh, whatever. Enquanto eu construo aquilo, o que é que está a ser feito? Plate? Eu vou mudar para os irons, whatever. Eu preciso dos dois. That's what's fucked up. Uou! Tem que ter cuidado, qualquer dia uma boa massacre. Pois é, meus amigos. Isto é tipo aquela cena do... Mano, isto vai ser super worth it daqui a 10 horas, mano. Vai ser altamente. Confia, mano, confia. X, nunca mais saio daqui. Qual é a relação? Mano, vai ser bué da worth it daqui a 50 mil anos, oh, mano. Vais ver, mano. Mano. Cenas para fazer todos os Iron Rods possíveis. Talvez fazia biomassa. Isto é bué da rápido. I gotta make some screws, but they are slow. Não posso para fazer auto... Ui, que não é isto que eu quero. Já não está a fazer nada. Ô, amiguinha, volto já. próxima vez vou ter muitas Soul Factories a funcionar e vou voltar à ponta inicial, ao HUD ou whatever it's called. Mas se calhar não consigo. Deve haver demasiada coisa para construir. Espera até lá. Pois é, muito cimento que eu não vou ter. E o maninho, é só problema. Estes 70 não vão servir para nada. Mais 2. Shit. Quando faço leito. Faço tudo. Muito pouco plate, maninho. O rate do plate não está great. Wait a minute, I need this ingot. I don't know. Eu devia reestruturar isto. Funny. Funny moment. Fuck. Espero que o smelter não seja muito. Bombas? O smelter? Não. 5, ok. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo fazer aqui um smelter. Tem grandes penas. Smell like the bean heated. Muito ocupado. Ei, não tenho mesmo espaço. Oh, Costa. A vida, Costa. Eu vou sempre precisar de mais, hein? Vou por fazer iron plates e vou começar a construir caminho. Oi? Oh, I need iron plates for these? Okay. I didn't know I also needed a template. Oh. So I can't make the bake. I need them for everything. That's a fuck. Alright. Haiku time. Oh, era fixe era poder deixar o jogo idle. Uou, grande delay. Yeah, I need all of these. Também não deve pedir muito. Pois isso chega só para meter ali as foundation. Está bem. Ok. Afinal não vou já para o haiku. Vamos ver. Ok. Shit's already coming out. Hello, Mac. Too long. Aqui é too long. Okay. I só tenho 10. Okay, that's not bad. Deixa eu ver quanto é que falta. Demasiado, não? Can I not align? Probably like this. Ui. Alright. That's pretty okay. Não sei onde é que é. Just? Can you do the jump with the thing? Não deve dar. Se calhar dá. I'm having like the FOMO thing. Deixa eu ver o meu telemóvel. What's happening here? What's happening? Can I make it a thing? 5. É complicado. This is a no-win for me right now. E que podre. Vai ficar feio. How many? To lose for now. Dun 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 dun. Splagoosh? This sucks because I need gold. I need everything. Dun, dun, dun. Vou jogar o Aiku. O Toku. Ah. Cu. Sorry. Minha questão é se o jogo funciona depois de ter jogado. Plim, plim, plim. Plim, 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 plim. Meu amigo, vou-te dar aqui um fake Hollow Knight videogame. Made with Unity. Yeah, that's cool. Oi, parece que está relacionado com a minha. Está voltada assim. Vocês estão a ouvir o som, não estão? Parece-me que está 5 da outra vez. Não faço nem a mínima onde é que... Vai sempre ser tudo uma wild guess. Au. Interesting. I don't know, man. Bouncy ball. I like the bouncy ball. Não sabia que havia um comboio aí. É. Pipo papo. Onde é que estão as outras train stations? Boa noite, Vita, tudo bem? Portanto, claramente não posso ir para ali, mas... posso ir para ali, mas posso ir por ali. Se eu for para esta train station e continuar sempre à esquerda, 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 esquerda. É isso que eu vou fazer. Não sei como é que se chama esta train station. Ok. Também é. O jogo não me diz onde é que eu estou, pois não. Ok, estou a andar de comboio. Este jogo é o Hollow Knight, só que é um robô fofo. Uh-oh. Oh, opinion, whatever. Era aqui. Eu acho que vou mesmo querer ir lá diretamente. Oh, this is like permanently closed? I have to go to the central. I have to mash. Like this. Like so. I've never been there. Oh no, this sounds. Hey, turns out it was okay. Portanto. Como é que foi? Foi assim que se anda sempre depressa. Giro. Do I really want to do this? Boom. És um leitor alepão. Sim, senhor. Vou guardar esta coisa. Ora bem. Aquilo está fechado. The ball thing is really nice. Specifically, oh, that sucks. Certo. Não consigo fazer isto. Oh, não sei qual é a razão. Em baixo, porque é que não consigo? Aren't you a capable little robot? Mm-hmm. Well, let me show you my newest creation. Ta-da! Well, there's not much to see yet. It will look marvelous finished, trust me. All I need is a few more power cells to power this thing on. If you see any, please make sure to give them a little nudge. I will reward you handsomely. Oh. Vamos ver se o jogo me permite ir para aqui para baixo. Ah, se calhar sempre permitiu, é que nunca experimentei. Olha, posso vir para aqui agora. Quando diga aqui, diga qualquer coisa aqui. Não sei o que é isto. Ok. New area. Carros ali estragados. Oh man, that's pretty good. Okay. Eu já estou noutra área. Deve haver uma cena qualquer, não é? Um super poder que esmaga o chão. Não. Uma coisa chamada Desolate Dive. Não dá tempo. I've been here, but who cares, right? Ah, aqui foi um boss. El comboio. Damn, that's a lot of money that I have right now. Não sei o que é que quero. Mais range ou mais ataque speed? Eu gosto do range. Por outro lado, esta coisa também parece godlike. Yo, posso isto? Mais o ataque speed. Hey, this is not fast. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Oh, this is very... Okay. That's what the attack speed is for. That's so you can go. Couldn't pogo that guy before. Wait, is that... Há várias áreas agora onde eu posso ir. Acho que pelo simples facto de resistir à água. Não resisto. Uou. Não resistes por default. What the fuck? Putas das minas? Olá. Mina. Attack speed. Coolant soluble. Okay. I don't even know what's... Oh, man. Oh, are you gonna get some electric resistance in this game? Is that what it means? I don't think so. Wait. Whoa. It's the central core. You know. Oh shit, mappa? Can I destroy this? Oh shit! Ah, peidei-me todo, foda-se. Que saboroso. O que é que eu comi para me peidar? Can I not destroy this car? que isto parece destruído? Oh shit! I forgot all about this thing. Oh my god, it's a power! I have a power. New power. Power bomb. Press Y to detonate. Why? But why? No, seriously. What's the deal? Oh, do I detonate this shit? Happy. I can be here because I bought this thing, the hit rate. Mas não posso usar o coisa. Não posso usar hit stuff. Isso serve para me curar. É para fazer dashes. Oh, I wanted to destroy the core. Oh shit. Safe spot. Electric key. Oh. Pois havia um spot que eu não conseguia fazer nada. Onde eu não conseguia fazer nada. And also I'm gonna get fucked by a boss. Oh, okay. Jesus. Forgot about the thing. I am win. First try? Jesus. Sorry, I'm fixing myself. Electron, the third creator. But this is a bug. I was lost in the dark, past emptiness, as if my card program had been shut down, but controlled by something else. Here, take this, I'm search for the other. Ba 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 ba. What's this shit? Is it like damage for the start or something? Electron. What the fuck did I get? para fazer save e dormir. Isto, first try, boss first try. Ou então vou ouvir uns podcasts enquanto jogo outro jogo. Mas desligo o game. Vocês não precisam ver isso. Oh shit. Man, I'd like to know how I get here. Espera, isto tem um ângulo. Não é este. Encontrei. Can I make this explode? É isso. Wait. Aqui uns podcasts. Um Infowars. O Kanye West. Durmam bem. Ai. I'm gonna dip to the factory. Wait, not factory. The first factory.